All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the interim committee here on campaign contributions and transparency. I appreciate the committee being here. I know there were some other opportunities to be in Washington, D.C. today, and so I really appreciate the folks, everybody being here and devoting time to some of the things that we're going to discuss today. We are, as you'll notice in the agenda, I'm an old guy. I have a short attention span, so I like to take breaks so everybody has a chance to, absorb what we're talking about just a little bit. So we'll do that. Senator Dietrich, I know, is running just a little bit late. I think we've got everybody else here pretty much. Also, a reminder: just get me your pay vouchers before the end of the day, and we'll get that. And over the course of the day, take any notes. We will have the committee discussion toward the end of the day about any thoughts on legislation for the upcoming session, and we appreciate that. For anybody watching online and anybody who's unfamiliar with any of the personalities in the room, I think we'll go ahead and do some introductions. We'll start with Representative Chauncey.
Sean Chauncey, Representative, District 65, Junction City, Fort Riley, Geary County.
Good morning, Elaine Bowers, Senate District 36. I live in Concordia, but I have 14 counties.
Representative Wagner from Reno County, Vice Chairman of House Elections.
Kenny Titus, Senate District 18, Potawatomi, Shawnee, and Jefferson counties.
Emil Berquist, District 91, north part of Wichita, Park City, Keachai Valley Center, and Mays School District.
And Senator Mike Thompson, District 10, that's Shawnee, Lenexa, a little bit of Olathe, and Lake Quivira.
Representative Pat Proctor, I serve the people of Leavenworth, Fort Leavenworth, and Kickapoo, and I am the chairman of the House Elections Committee.
Good morning, Senator Tyson, the 12th Senate District. I represent 8 counties.
Good morning, Representative Kirk Haskins, ranking on House elections, and I represent House District 53 in Topeka.
I'm Bill Sutton. Good morning, representative for the 43rd District, which is Gardner.
I'm Alexis Simmons. I represent the 58th District, which includes Topeka.
And we'll go ahead and have the staff start with Jillian and work around to Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Jillian Kincaid. I'm a senior analyst with Legislative Research.
Jill Shelley, principal analyst with Legislative Research.
Nicole Fielder with Legislative Research.
Jaden Berry with AV Tech.
Mike Heim with the Revisor Statutes Office.
And I'm Angela Ganser, the committee assistant.
All right, thank you, everyone. Appreciate it very much. I'm going to get started here with
Mr. Chair, just point of information. Sorry for the interruption, but I've slept since then. Can you give us the purpose and for the committee and the justification? You've answered a lot of my questions online, but maybe everybody else could benefit that.
Absolutely, I appreciate that very much. A good reminder. Yeah, I think today, in the last couple of years, we've passed quite a bit of very good election law. Kansas is, you compare it to other states, is ahead of the curve in many ways. But we can always look for ways to improve and tweak the law, and I think that's what we're looking at today primarily. There are some simple changes I think we can make to the law. We had the big campaign finance bill that we passed last year that was long overdue. There are some things we might be able to do to improve that, perhaps indexing to inflation. Also some minor tweaks about whether or not you add the treasurer to your campaign literature. Is that necessary to do? Some third-party campaign contribution things. So generally just look at what makes sense. We've got 4 really good experts here today to give us some ideas about where we might look to improve the election law in the upcoming session. So at the end of the day, we'll want to have a discussion about that. and whether or not you feel like some of those things are worthwhile to pursue or not. So that's kind of it.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, I was reviewing the testimony last night, and are we going to set some parameters as far as the length of their presentations? I know it's on the agenda, but one of them put in 70 PowerPoint slides, and
It's a heavy list. I'm sure he'll probably keep it. Some of the slides, hopefully, will go pretty quickly, yeah. And that's why I built in some breaks, because there's a lot to digest there, and we'll have some time for Q&A.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, okay. Any other questions before we get started? Seeing none, we'll move on. First, actually, it's going to be Mike Heim giving us an overview of recent campaign finance and transparency laws that we've enacted. Mike?
Mike Heim with the Revisor Statutes Office. I'm pretending to be Jason Long today because he's recovering from a knee replacement surgery, and he hopes to be back in the office next week. But anyway, he wrote a memo, and I'm going to hit the highlights of the memo. I think you all have it in front of you. There were 3 bills passed this past session, House Bill 2054, 2106, and 2206 that he covers in his memo. Start off with 2054, which increases the statutory limits on campaign contributions. The bill increases the aggregate amounts that may be contributed to a candidate or candidate's campaign. Contributions made by a party committee or candidate or their spouse are not subject to limits. And basically, the limits are doubled in the law for the governor, lieutenant governor, other statewide elected offices. The limits went from 2,000 for each primary and general to 4,000. For members of the House of Representatives, district judges, district attorneys, and certain local offices, the limits went from 500 for each primary and general to 1,000. I'm going to read the definition of local office because it's split. Means a member of a governing body of a city of the first class, any elected office of a school district having 35,000 or more pupils, which is Wichita School District, and a county or the Board of Public Utilities, which is the board that serves Kansas City, Unified Government of Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County. The Campaign Finance Act is non-uniform right now, and so the provision that if the local offices that are 50,000 and less are subject to what a House of Representatives district judge, and if they're more than 50,000, they're subject to a higher limit and so on. So anyway, if you've got questions about that, I'll try and answer them. But, there are roughly 9 cities of the first class that are over 50,000, and there are 10 counties that are over 50,000. So the total first class cities, I think, are 23, and you got 105 counties. So 95 counties have the lesser amount. The bill increases the contribution limits for a party committee. In a contested primary, the increases are the same as described above for primary elections for 2 or more candidates of the same political party are running. The bill also adds a new provision that expenditures by a party committee on behalf of a candidate are not considered contributions. There's charts at the end of the memo that shows all this. The bill also changes contributions made to a party committee. The new limits are based on whether the recipient is a state party committee or a local party committee. For state party committees, the statutory limits were increased to 35,000. For all other party committees, the limit was increased to 10,000. And again, another chart shows you that. The cash contribution limit was raised from $100 to $200. The bill repeals a provision that made contribution limits applicable to candidates even if they were not running during an election cycle. And finally, the bill allows a candidate or candidate committee to allocate contributions prior to the primary election for either the general or the primary. If you collect contributions before the primary for the general, you have to have a separate accounting. Any questions about that? And if not, I'll go on to the next bill.
Committee, any questions? Seeing none, go ahead, Mike. Oh, Senator, or Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had some confusion after the session about the provisions in that bill on giving or receiving donations for the general during the primary. What specifically needs to change in the next session for us to remove any confusion from the law?
I'm not totally sure. It seems clear enough to me, but anyway, we can clarify it if we need to. I thought the person from the newly revised Commission of Standards and so on would be here today, but I don't see him.
I thought so too.
There was some confusion.
Thank you.
And we did, by the way, invite him to come, thinking that it would be interesting to hear from them, but I never did get a response. So it'll be maybe early in session we can have them come up and comment on that. Any other questions? Seeing none, go ahead, Mike.
Okay, the next bill is House Bill 2106, and this amends a statute dealing with contributions involving campaigns for state constitutional amendments. An annual report is required under current law submitted by a person who engages in activity promoting or opposing the adoption or repeal of a provision of the state constitution who receives more than $50 in any calendar year. The report prior to the passage of the new requirements require the name, address, and value of the contribution of each person that made the contribution. The bill adds some new requirements concerning potential contributions from foreign nationals. The person that is required to report and file the report has to certify that they are not knowingly accepting contributions or expenditures either directly or indirectly from a foreign national, and that each donor named in the report has not knowingly accepted or received contributions from a foreign national in the aggregate that exceeds $100,000 in a 4-year period. The donor also named in the report has to certify the fact that the donor has not knowingly accepted contributions or expenditures directly or indirectly from a foreign national that exceeds $100,000 in a 4-year period. The bill also requires that any person who makes an independent expenditure promoting the adoption or repeal of the state constitution to certify that the person has not knowingly accepted contributions from a foreign national in the same amount of $100,000 in a 4-year period. Finally, the bill makes it unlawful for a person to accept those contributions and gives a cause of action to the Attorney General to investigate and prosecute, and they can collect double damages if in fact they do find that happened. There's a definition of foreign national, which you can read in the memo. Again, if you've got questions, I'll try and answer them.
Any questions on that bill? Seeing none?
Okay, the next bill is House Bill 2206, and this bill amends the Campaign Finance Act, including adding new definitions and amending existing ones and modifying certain other provisions. First, the bill enacts a new provision that requires candidates to terminate their campaign account, after a certain time of inactivity. If the candidate does not run for office or is not elected, then they've got 90 days after the second subsequent election thereafter to terminate their campaign account. If they terminate it, the money then would go as provided in 254157A. Basically, you'd have to contribute to a charity, contribute to a party, or you'd have to return the money to the donor. The bill adds a couple of definitions. One is to define cooperation and consent in determining whether or not an expenditure for a candidate was for an independent expenditure, or if it was connected with a candidate themselves, if it would be considered with the consent of the and cooperation if the candidate made the recommendation for the expenditure, or that they assent to what in fact, so they have to give some type of a nod that it's what they want, basically. And certain things are excluded from the definition of cooperation and consent. A candidate or political party's response to an inquiry about the candidate or the positions would not be an expenditure for information that's available publicly, would not be considered with consent and so on. Endorsement of a candidate, soliciting contributions and so on. There's more exceptions there. The bill also amends a statute to change the reporting requirements for independent expenditures. The bill increases the threshold from $100 to $1,000 in any calendar year. Any person who makes an independent expenditure of $1,000 or more in a calendar year has to submit a report containing the name and address of the person who receives the payment in an aggregate amount in excess of $500 for an independent expenditure, or for the creation or distribution of an independent expenditure, and the date, amount, and purpose of each expenditure and so forth, including what office the candidate is that the expenditure was made for. The reporting would be at the same time Treasury reports are due and so forth. There's also a definition of political committee that was added. A political committee has been defined by its major purpose, and what the bill does is strike the language about major purpose and provides that it's based on the aggregate amount of contributions and expenditures and whether or not the amounts are a substantial part of the total program spending. And then there's a definition of total program spending and so on. Finally, the bill prohibits adding conditions or agreements to be placed on contributions, and it adds a new definition for phrases, contributions in the name of another, or contributions made by one person in the name of another. Both basically are to prohibit contributions to conceal the identity of who the donor is. And again, I will answer questions if I can.
Committee, any questions? I have one. Oh, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm remembering that the part of this statute that requires candidates to terminate their campaign account was a amendment on the floor in the Senate, and not.
I can't recall, to tell you the truth. I think it was. The bill also changes the name of the, it's no longer the Ethics Commission, but it's the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission, which is, there's a number of provisions in the bill that just make that technical change.
So I know, I'm remembering a conversation I had with the senator who introduced this amendment, because it doesn't really say what should happen for those officials who have been out of office more than the time that is allowed in the bill. So that was not clear. I don't know if there's been any issues or concerns with that, but we could ask ethics how they.
I haven't heard, but that doesn't mean, again, somebody from the commission would be maybe able to answer that better. I can check on it and ask. I can call the new director. I've visited with him several times about other things.
I think that'd be interesting to know going into session, because that may be something we need to look at and clarify. I don't know if Jillian or Angela could also put that down as one of the notes of things we need to clarify. And then one question on the cycle. In other words, talk about the 2 election cycles, and 90 days after that they have to divest. Is that each election cycle? In other words, if you're in the Senate,
I think it's the same election cycle. So
every 2-year cycle
here.
Is that? I'm sorry, Mike. I was talking right over you.
Let me look that up for you, and I'll get back to you instead of standing here searching.
I think, as Senator Francisco pointed out, it's for such office, so I'm guessing it would be, if it's Senate, two Senate election cycles, if it's House, 2.
That's the way I understand it.
Okay.
I just can't right off the bat find the section in the bill. But
Got it. Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, this amendment in the Senate, we didn't get a chance to really talk about it, and I've got a lot of questions, but I won't bog down the committee here. My one question is, it talks a lot about dispensing funds if if you've exceeded the 2 cycles, dispensing with the funds that are in your account. What about if there's a debt on the account at the end, on the campaign finance account at the end? Does it still have to be closed and that person just is not going to get repaid?
doesn't cover that I recall. I mean, I think that's not a provision that's covered at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think these are the kind of things we're wanting to look at to clarify. Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question regarding House Bill 2106 and its application to religious organizations. For example, I'm thinking about the Catholic Church's involvement with the Value Them Both amendment. The Catholic Church most certainly accepts contributions from quote-unquote foreign nationals.
I'm not sure what your question is. Would it apply to them?
How does it apply
Yes, it would apply to them.
How does it apply to religious organizations?
There's no exception.
Okay. Just to be clear, that means that the Catholic Church would have been prohibited from any contributions to the Value Them Both constitutional amendment?
I think both sides that promoted or opposed the amendment would be required to report if there was foreign national money, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Wagner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there an official form that they have now designed up for the certification about contributions from foreign nationals? Is that something you know about, or would that be?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing that the form will be developed, but again, we can find out, but I haven't seen the form.
All right, thank you.
And that may be something the Public Disclosure Commission could provide us an answer on, I think. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mike. Appreciate your overview. Next, we're going to move on to Clay Barker, General Counsel for the Kansas Secretary of State. He's going to give us an overview of the campaign contribution reporting requirements and election laws and litigation status, just kind of a broad overview of where we are. Clay, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. As the Senator said, I'm Clay Barker, the General Counsel for the Kansas Secretary of State. And we were asked to discuss 2 issues with the committee, or brief you. One is a quick summary of the status of election and campaign finance litigation, and the other was any concept ideas we had for campaign finance bills. And my assumption was if the committee thinks they're worth pursuing or working on, then we could work with the reviser and get a bill to a committee next session. And so I'm going to divide my presentation to 3 parts. First, a summary of the litigation. Second, a quick overview of what our office is doing to have the election data more transparent. Now, that's not in my written testimony. That was changing quickly, and I saw Earl Glenn, who's going to be briefing the committee later, has some election stuff. And then 3 ideas for campaign finance. 1 was from our office, and 2 were I was given from the field. Operatives and party people suggested 2 small changes. So starting with the litigation, there are 5 current cases going on, and I will go over them in the order they were initially filed. And keep in mind, litigation is a very time-consuming process. It goes on for a long time. So back in 2021, the legislature passed some election bills, and there were 2 lawsuits filed. The first is in federal court. It's Vote America versus Schwab, and they always sue the Secretary of State. So if you want your name on court documents, take that office. The status of the challenge there was the statute prohibited pre-populating advanced ballot applications. That's that document you get in the mail that say, fill this out, just sign it, put your driver's license, send it in, you'll get a ballot. And the reasoning, as I understand it, was a lot of these entities would use not just the voter registration database, but other databases, and that information could be incorrect. So here's the status. The district court first found that this was a violation of the First Amendment, even though other district courts in other states who were faced with the same issue said, no, this is just general election administration. But when you're told you violated the First Amendment, you lose. The court froze the statute. It was appealed to the 10th Circuit, which essentially said, district court, you used the wrong standard, the wrong analysis, try again. Went back down to the district court. Last July, the court again enjoined or froze the statute, used partially the appellate court analysis, partially a different view of the facts. That was appealed by the state in August, and it's going to be briefed. The first briefs are due in November. So it'll probably spend 6 months to a year at appellate court, and then we'll see what happens after that. Second case filed in 2021 was League of Women Voters versus Schwab. This case has a long procedural history. It's the one that went to the Kansas Supreme Court, where the court said there are 2 provisions in the state constitution on elections. One says if you're 18, a U.S. citizen, and a resident of the district, you get to vote. The other provision said the legislature shall provide proper proofs of the right of suffrage, which means the legislature can put rules on determining who is allowed to vote. And for instance, one provision of the Constitution says 18 or older. The legislature said, we want to know your date of birth to know you're 18 or older. That's the proper proof. So that case, essentially 3 things were challenged: signature verification on mail ballot applications and the ballots, the limit of 10 ballots that a person could carry, mail ballots, and the impersonation of an election official law. The Supreme Court found the impersonation statute was too vague. That has since been remedied by the legislature. They found the 10 ballot limit was fine, so that's good. And the signature verification part was sent back down to the district court, where right now it is grinding through discovery. That's depositions, interrogatories, document requests. The discovery is now closed, although there's a few, still going on just because the 2 parties agreed to it. That too will go on for a while, motions, maybe a trial. In 2022, the legislature passed the security bill. Governor signed it, no litigation. In 2023, the legislature passed that, if you remember, that mega election bill with 120 provisions that were fixed. Governor signed it, again, no litigation. In 2024, the legislature did not pass any election legislation. There was one lawsuit where a new political party, Kansas United, sued challenging the provisions in state law that has been there since 1901 that says Kansas does not allow fusion voting. And fusion voting is when 2 political parties nominate the same individual. So on the ballot, it might be Republican, Clay Barker, Democrat, Clay Barker. He said you can't do that. The name can only appear with one party. The other party is free to endorse, but you can't be on there twice like that. The district court, this is in state court, sided with the state, dismissed the case, and it was appealed after the Kansas Supreme Court said we're not going to take an expedited appeal. Oral arguments are set to the Court of Appeals in January. In 2025, 2 lawsuits were filed, and both of these are just in the preliminary procedural stages. Kansas Appleseed versus Schwab. This challenged the 3-day grace period elimination. It was first filed in state court. The state removed it. That means they moved it to federal court. Right now, the federal court is, and that statute was vetoed by the governor. The federal court is examining a motion to dismiss by the state and a motion by the plaintiffs to put it back in state court. So it's just procedural maneuvering. And the last case, this is a campaign finance case, Kansas for Constitutional Freedom versus Kobach in federal court, and that's the one challenging the statute. It was HB 2106 about foreign money in constitutional campaigns. The plaintiffs asked for a preliminary injunction. That means right at the start, freeze the law. The federal judge looked at it and said, no, I'm not going to grant that, denied the motion because he thought the state was going to win. And right now, they're looking at a motion to dismiss, partially because the state is arguing it's too early to challenge this. We don't have regulations on it yet. Nobody's actually had a chance to see if it's going to be violated or not. But again, very early procedural stage. So that's the 5 court cases that are ongoing right now, and I get updates once a month, though I'm not actively involved. The Attorney General's hired outside counsel for all 5.
Is there any questions on any of these cases or the status? Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, on the Appleseed v. Schwab on the 3-day grace period, if you have any background, it seems like we're starting to get some conflicting opinions at federal courts in different areas of the country. Do you think this one is ultimately one that's going to be settled by the Supreme Court in the next couple of years?
Senator, it could be. I believe there is a case going to the U.S. Supreme Court about states that allow mail ballots that have been postmarked on Election Day but received afterwards where they're allowed. And I believe it was the Fifth Circuit took a Mississippi case and said they felt that was not allowed or unconstitutional. So sometimes the same issue percolates up in different courts, and if you have 2 different district courts or appellate courts have different opinions or different takes, that's a sign for the Supreme Court to take it and clarify the standard for everyone. So whatever the Supreme Court rules, if it gets there first, would just probably decide our case.
Any other questions? One thing that I always have the question out, and I'm not an attorney, but you know, when you pass a law, it's a legislative intent. How do they override legislative intent if there's no constitutional question involved? And that's just, maybe it's a rhetorical question, I don't know.
Well, good question, Senator. Sometimes it says it violates the Constitution. Sometimes it could be the law is not clear on what people, especially a criminal law, it's not clear where the line is. There's different reasons.
Okay. Yeah, I read that one appellate court decision recently on the licensing bill that we passed last year, and it was all over the place. So very interesting. Okay, seeing no other questions, let's go ahead.
Moving on to the second part of my testimony, which again is not in your written testimony, just a brief summary. So you're all aware there's an election database, 2 million rows, that's how many voters there are on it, 30, 35 columns of information. Anyone can get it, and Kansas has a pretty low price to get it, but it's hard to interpret the data unless you're someone who has a data background and can create visualizations of the data. And thanks to the legislature, our office was able to hire a new person who's a data specialist, just came out of KU with a master's degree, Chandler Olmstead. And she's been working to create ways that our office can visualize the data so the public can understand better what they're looking at. And basically in 3 areas. One, she's looking at the registration data, who's active, inactive, counties, new, old, party. Second area is the election results data. Again, breaking that down so it's graphically it's more visual so people can grasp what's going on instead of just charts of numbers. And third, she's working on geospatial maps. You can get down to precinct level and see all the little colors and check what's changed over time. You know, have a graph where you can move the line and see how things move. And what we found with the geospatial is the bigger counties have it pretty well down. The smaller counties still use paper and pencil often, and that's hard to stick into a computer, the precinct lines. But that's being worked on right now, and she's also working on standardizing the data because as you go back in time, the data is sometimes in different formats as new software came in or new ways of reporting it. Not that it's inaccurate, it's just different. And we're well aware that with 2 million voters on the database, it's a little lower than that right now, but it'll go back up next election. There's going to be some odd names. There's going to be some odd dates of birth, and there's usually a reason for that if you want to go through it. If people don't understand the database, they may see that some names have the word participant for the name, and they question that, and I understand that, but that's someone who's on the Safe at Home program whose public identity is hidden. the county knows who they are, and all their mail goes to a central P.O. box. That's abuse victims. So there's a lot of times reasons for these odd entries. Sometimes they're historical. One anecdote I've heard that Kansas has solved is in many states, for years, women would register as Mrs. John Smith instead of their own name. Well, when it gets put into a database, you now have two John Smiths, the husband and the wife, and it gets confused who's who. So there's a lot of times there's historic legacy in some of the data. And also, we are limited by state and federal law on how to remove people. You get too aggressive on removing people, you may end up removing good voters. And so we have to be extra careful on that. So if someone tells us their grandfather's dead and they went to the funeral, take them off the voter rolls, I believe them, or the election staff believe them, but we need proof. And sometimes if that proof isn't there, that name will stay on the voter rolls, annoying people, but until we get the proof, it's hard to take it off. They're not voting, that would be fraud, it's just an extra name on there. And that brings me to the second part of my part two, is voter roll maintenance. So Kansas does get good marks on its voter roll maintenance, both from the two federal agencies we've worked with, Department of Justice and Homeland Security, and just going to different seminars. And that's because we employ all the tools available in a pretty consistent and persistent manner. And in any given year, or any given 2-year cycle, about 8% of the voters are removed. So with 2 million voters, that's about 150,000 voters every 2 years. That's a little more than 200 voters a day are removed for different reasons. So this voter roll maintenance is just a continual, constant, 105 counties checking and pulling people off and new people coming on. And just quickly, some of the things we've done recently is we finished our statewide deduplication. That's anybody that moved within the state between counties, and you say, person's in Johnson County and Douglas, which is the right registration. Douglas, take them off the Johnson list. That's easy to do. Driver's license number is usually the tell there. We have memorandums of understanding with Texas, working with a few others, where we compare our voter rolls, and if it looks like 2 entries are the same person, once in Kansas, once in Texas, then the state with the older registration date checks to see if that person has moved. That's not, sometimes we get accused of coming up with false positives, and that's the wrong nomenclature. There are no positives. This isn't like a test, yes or no. It's just a higher likelihood that it might be a duplicate, and we have to follow through and check on that. We've sent our database to SAVE, which is part of the Department of Homeland Security, and that entity used to check just to see if what was their legal immigration status. It's used for benefits all the time. SAVE was expanded where it will take the database and bounce it off a lot of other databases, including the Social Security Death Index, which we have not been able to get for years. I think every state is now glad this is available. And this is people that die out of state. We don't get their death certificates. And so if somebody died in a retirement home in Oklahoma or Missouri, they wouldn't come off. We are now processing that data. Unfortunately, you may have heard the federal government is closed, so it's going to take a little while until they get back going. But this is more data we can use to help fix issues with the voter roll maintenance. And again, it's not fraud, it's just extra names on there that should come off. The governor, according to the law that the legislature passed, provided us a temporary driver's license list. Now this is the second go around with this. The data is actually better. We've worked with them, DMV, so it's better data to compare. And out of about 39,000 temporary driver's license, that's someone who's a legal immigrant in the United States, temporary, they can get a driver's license. I think we're down to about 20 names that possibly are on the voter rolls, but we got to follow through with that. And again, SAVE is shut down at the moment. But those are some of the things we've been working on. And that was just a brief summary, but the idea there is the transparency. We want the public to understand what's going on, visualize the data, and try to understand what we're doing to keep the data clean. And I'll now start shifting gears to our 3 legislative proposals for campaign finance. Okay, the first one is, I know you never want to say a bill is simple. This is a straightforward concept, but I will acknowledge it will be difficult to implement. You know, there's the old line that everything's simple, but the simple is very complex. And that is that 3 filings, campaign finance, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, lobbyist reporting, and statements of substantial interest, which we all do, are filed with the Secretary of State who does almost nothing with them and immediately passes them on to the Public Disclosure Commission. In pre-internet days, this made sense. The Secretary of State was in this building, and the Secretary of State was the public-facing organization. So if somebody wanted to see a paper report, you would go to the Secretary of State, who would have it, but another agency was the one processing it, passing regulations, issuing penalties, opinions. In today's world, there's no need for that Secretary of State to be the middleman. We're just there. We just suck up time and money, taking the reports and passing them on. In fact, if they come on online, it just immediately goes to the Public Disclosure Commission. And so our concept there is take the Secretary of State out of the process. And I haven't talked to the current Public Disclosure Commission leadership, but 2 years ago they were in support of this, so they acknowledged it would take some time and money and coordination, so they're used to taking these reports. And if you ever notice the campaign finance reports, both the Secretary of State and the Public Disclosure Commission both put them online in somewhat different formats. All the information's there. Journalists like the Secretary of State because we have it by the day it came in. They can check each week to see what's new. Most campaign people like Public Disclosure because of the way it organizes it. But that's one piece of this, is take the middleman out. The second piece of this is some of the reports are allowed to come in still handwritten. So statewide campaign finance must be filed online. And I'll admit the Secretary of State's filing software is about 10, 12 years old. It's a little clunky. It works, but it's not the most modern. We just don't have the bandwidth right now with all our business filing updates to get that updated. But it's very hard for the public sometimes to read or search handwritten campaign finance reports. Either the handwriting's bad, it's not searchable. If the legislature could require them to be filed online, but this would also probably take for candidates and others a requirement that the software be updated and probably add in a bill some exceptions. If there's an emergency, it can be filed. I think that would make the whole system much more efficient and transparent to the public. They would know where to go and what to look at. Our second recommendation, and this is one that came from the field, and Mr. Chair, you mentioned this obliquely at the beginning, is on candidate mailers, not PACs or parties. There's a requirement in the paid-for disclosure to list the treasurer. And we believe that that requirement should be eliminated. And there's three basic reasons. It's in my testimony. But first, the public knows who sent the mailer. It's the candidate. It's not, you don't really need the treasurer's name. Second, most of these treasurers, like most of yours, are probably volunteers. And they may not want their name on every mailer, especially if it gets kind of hard-hitting, because then they're associated with something that you know, might make their neighbors a little angry, and that can be a disincentive for people that want to serve. And third, there's a tendency sometimes in some of the bigger campaigns to name the treasurer just because it's a public name, but someone else is doing all the work. And I've experienced this myself where a subpoena shows up and the person who's the treasurer by name goes, I'm not doing anything. I have no idea what's going on. This other person was doing all the work. I shouldn't be getting this. So if we eliminate the treasurer's name on the filing, you would probably be more likely to get the person actually doing the work is the named treasurer. But that was a suggestion that came from several campaigns and campaign operatives. And that would be, again, pretty easy bill. You just eliminate that one line in the statute. Our third suggestion for campaign finance, and I didn't even realize this was in the statute, and I've been doing this business for a while, but it was brought to me by some people that were concerned, is not only do candidates have to report their vendors, what money they gave the vendor and what the vendor spent it on, mailing, calls, texts, but there's also a requirement to report the sub-vendors. So what the vendor did and then who they hired and what they did. And that is problematic. I probably listed too many reasons in my testimony, but essentially, one, just listing the vendor and what the vendor did is transparent enough to the public because you see who's getting paid and what's being done with the money. Second, it's very difficult to enforce. Public disclosure does not have jurisdiction over vendors. It has jurisdiction over candidates. And the candidate may not know if their vendor has subcontracted or the vendor may not tell them the whole story. And this is why I think it's not always being done consistently across the state. And I've had experiences with this myself when I worked at the party, is sometimes you get, especially to the end of a campaign, you ask your vendor for information, like, well, what was the script of this phone call we put out 2 days before the election? And they're gone. They've gotten new jobs as congressman, chief of staff, or now I'm in the legislature. They don't care anymore. And you can't even get the information And I used to have to write memorandums for the file, memorandums for records, saying, I asked for this information, I didn't get it. Hope I don't get hit up by governmental ethics, and the statute of limitations would run and I'd shred the file. But that can be a problem. And so that's why the suggestion was to just eliminate the sub-vendor reporting requirement for candidates and PACs and political parties. And again, that was one from the field. It doesn't directly affect the Secretary of State, but I told individuals I would bring that to the committee's attention. And I'll conclude, Mr. Chair, that if the committee thinks any of these three ideas are worth pursuing, we'd be happy to work with the reviser and public disclosure and get a bill for a committee to review.
Committee questions. Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like a clarification, please, on Part A of your other legislative proposals, repealing the attribution requirement. Are you suggesting the entire disclosure is removed, or only the part after the comment that says treasurer?
Just the treasurer's name.
Okay.
So it'd still be
Okay.
paid for by Simmons for Kansas campaign.
Sure.
Just the treasurer's name doesn't have to be there. Like political parties, it's either the chair or the treasurer, and usually the chair wants their name out there.
Sure. Thank you.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I get a lot of questions from folks about voter rolls and about what the MVRA says and what our statute says about under what circumstances a clerk has the authority to remove somebody. And I frequently hear people talk about kind of the voter having to attest to having moved or intending to. Could you go into a little bit of depth about that? What does the clerk or the Secretary of State's office have to have before we can say, yes, this person's no longer a valid voter at that location in Kansas?
Okay, and Mr. Cassidy wants to jump in and help me, but first of all, you cannot remove a voter simply for inactivity, not voting, even though I think they're called hibernating voters sometimes because they could be there, they're just not interested, but they could come out and vote. But if you combine inactivity with some proof that the person has moved, mail has come back, his addressee undeliverable, or they're on some other list, then you can start a clock where after 2 federal election cycles you can remove them. And when people ask about this, I usually send Johnson County a little screenshot where about in December after every federal election, their voter rolls drop by about 4 or 5%. That's getting rid of these people because they've likely moved, but you need those 2 pieces. A second piece is if the voter says, take me off for whatever reason. Don't get a lot of those, but we get some. If we have proof that the person died, usually a death certificate, but we can also use obituaries as long as you can make sure you've got the right person, then you can take the voter off, which is why we appreciate now getting the out-of-state death certificates. We get a download every week of death certificates issued in Kansas. Those people come off immediately. If you're convicted of a felony, federal or state, and we get those reports from both judicial systems, we can take those people off immediately. And the legislature's given us a few more tools to mail out to people to see if they're still there, but we have to have proof. Just not responding to that is not enough. But if they mail it back and say, I'm not here anymore, or please take me off, that's grounds to take them off. And it can get frustrating when you have an apartment with 2 families listed in it, where one's living there and one isn't. And part of the reason we can't always take that family that's not living there off is, let's say I had an apartment and I was assigned to go to Florida and work for a year, but I intend to come back to Kansas. So I give up the apartment. I can still list that apartment as my residence because even though I'm in Florida, I intend to come back to Kansas, and that's my link. And that is a Supreme Court ruling from World War II, where Kansas workers would go out of state to work, but they wanted to remain voting in Kansas. And that's why it's a little tricky. You just can't take someone off because there's 2 families at a residence. You can't take someone off just because you get a phone call saying they're dead. You need some proof. Also, the county clerks, and only the county clerks can take people off. The Secretary of State can't. They have to be very careful that they don't target anyone. Everything has to be done very broadly. If you're going to send out a mailer, everybody gets the mailer, because there was a lot of abuse in ages past where certain segments of the registered voters would be targeted for the program to get them off. And you have to be very careful you don't cross that line, that you're going after just old people or people in a certain area or people of a certain party. So the clerks are very careful on that. And I'll let Mr. Caskey give you more details on that one.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Proctor, just one big thing are change of address. Like counties are required to do systematic list maintenance on change of address. So once a year, the Secretary of State will purchase the list of every change of address on file with the U.S. Postal Service. And we compare the voter registration database with that data, and that data covers the last 3 years of change of address with the U.S. Postal Service. And so we will send a mailer to the counties will send a mailer to everyone who appears on that list. The voter has to respond to that mailer to be immediately removed. If the voter has moved within the state and out of the county and does not respond, then it starts basically the 4-year clock before the county can remove. If it's an in-county move, it can never be removed. So that's the biggest list maintenance thing that we do every day. The deficiency to that is that we are finding, and the U.S. Postal Service is confirming, that fewer people are filling out change of addresses with the U.S. Postal Service. The U.S. Postal Service is starting to become a little less relevant than it used to be. So what NVRA requires, that's kind of the centerpiece of list maintenance on NVRA, is becoming slightly less effective over time. The legislature's tool to trigger a confirmation notice when there's no activity for 4 years is a step in the right direction. We have to make sure that administrative actions like changing precincts or assigning a different polling place doesn't obfuscate the voter activity. So there's some nuances in there that we're still working through, but that's one of the things the legislature's done that has helped, but that's the biggest thing that Clay didn't cover, but the rest of the things he did a great job on.
Representative Proctor.
And either one of you can answer this. I sit on another committee, Transportation Committee, and in that committee, we heard about this great system that DMVs in the various states have, where they're part of a national kind of compact where if somebody should lose their mind and leave Kansas and move to Texas and go get a driver's license there, Kansas gets a notice, the DMV gets a notice saying, hey, this person has a driver's license in Texas, cancel their Kansas driver's license. Would it require legislation for you to use that data in order,
And Brian, if you would, just for the record, introduce
okay.
yourself before you answer that. Yeah.
Apologize. So,
Sorry about that.
would it require legislation for you guys to use the data from the DMV of people who've moved out of state and gotten a driver's license in another state in order to remove somebody from voter rolls?
A great question. Brian Caskey, Director of Elections for Secretary of State Scott Schwab. So we are aware of that program. I do believe it probably should require legislative approval. And I think our office needs to do a deeper dive to understand how that impacts voter registration. Because although a driver's license change is evidence of a move, it doesn't necessarily mean the voter intends to change their voter registration address for some of the instances that Clay has provided. There are, anecdotally, I don't have data, but there are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of people who are registered to vote in Kansas without a Kansas driver's license. Now, you can't register to vote online without a Kansas driver's license because that's how we validate who you are and grab your signature, but you can absolutely register to vote on a piece of paper without a Kansas driver's license. So I think our office needs to dive into that a little bit. I am aware of that program, and we've had 50,000 view discussions, but I'd like to know a little bit more and personally shooting, without having talked to the secretary, I think it would be safer for all of us if we had specific legislative approval.
And Mr. Chair, I think in the first circumstance that you described where somebody already has the driver's license for another state and then registers to vote in Kansas, they're kind of attesting that they intend to be in Kansas and be a resident of Kansas. So I understand why you wouldn't remove that person. But if somebody is registered in Kansas and then goes someplace else and gets a driver's license, I would contend that they're attesting that they want to be a Texan for some crazy reason, not a Kansan. So I would love if you guys would dive into that and tell us what we would need to do to use that data.
I'd be happy to. And to follow up slightly different on that, when people register to vote in other jurisdictions under MVRA, they are required to tell the home jurisdiction that they have moved. Unfortunately, with 50 states and thousands of jurisdictions, some jurisdictions are better at it than others. That is already in the law. It's not great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brian, for being here. You mentioned the post office and that you're paying for that data. There are error rates with the post office's data. So I would ask that you would consider looking at other more accurate databases to qualify for voters moving. I actually know one of the developers that helped develop that system, and if a credit card company sends data back to the post office, they may change the person's address without them even being aware. So there are issues with that database. It looks like you're aware of that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may respond, Senator Thompson.
Absolutely.
I am aware. Unfortunately, we are required to use USPS by the federal MVRA, so I think that would require some kind of legislation to stop using it. It does not prevent us from using other sources, and so there are other states that are starting to test credit agencies. We are finding the same sorts of data integrity problems in those tests, but states, including us, are starting to look at other methods as well. So I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Representative Chauncey.
Yeah, just to follow up on a question asked by Representative Proctor. So when someone moves out of state, if they have the intent to move back to Kansas, then we can't take them off the voter roll unless they register in some other state? Is that what we're saying? So like you said, they go to Missouri, for example, and they work in Kansas City, but have an intent to move back to Johnson County, for say, they stay on the voter roll then and are active voters in Kansas?
Well, it depends on how we find out that piece of information. So if we do this, so if there's a change of address on file with the U.S. Postal Service and we get information that they've changed their postal address, then we have to send them a notice and they have to sign that notice and confirm to us that they've moved before we can remove them. If they never tell us that they've moved to Missouri, then they are going to remain on the Kansas roll until they've had no activity for 4 years, and then we can reach out to them, or there's some other way, some other mailer from the county election office that would alert us to that fact. But it's difficult to find that out without the voter telling us that they've done that.
Right, no, I guess my question though is that if they have the intent to move back to Kansas, because our laws are pretty vague of establishing residency, then they can still vote in Kansas as long as they remain registered and not registered in another state if they just move there to work?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clays. It's always nice to see you. Couple follow-up questions. The form that's being sent out to make sure that, hey, do you want to change your voting location or your address that you just talked about? Is that sent by the Secretary of State or is it sent by the county of record?
Each county sends those. They're called confirmation notices. The language is directed by the National Voter Registration Act and also state law. So those are called confirmation notices, and each county sends those. In Kansas, the state does not.
And are the counties pretty efficient in doing that?
Every county, it's federal law, so every county must do that. Okay. Every 2 years, we are required to submit a survey to, now it's the EAC, it used to be Congress, that contains statistics on that very mailer. And so every 2 years, we are collecting data from every county, and every county is absolutely, like, every county is doing that. Like, there are no zeros in that report. We do kind of a percentage based on population, and the last, in 2024, the last election, every county was within the range of acceptable mailings.
Okay, and one last question, Mr. Chair, is did I hear you that we are sharing our voter registrations across states? Are we doing that with Texas? I'm just, how are we confirming across states?
Currently, we have an agreement with Texas to share voter registration data. We are analyzing the results of that. And we will share that with the legislature before we do anything.
Okay, and there was a breach, was there not, of private data being leaked by the Texas Secretary of State's office in this data retreat or data transfer? Or am I dreaming of something?
I'm not aware of that. We just signed the agreement within the last month. So
Okay.
no, I mean, specifically to this program, no. Over the history of Texas, I don't recall anything, but I don't want to speak for Texas, quite frankly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Certainly. Any other questions? I have Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and although Brian, I'm one of your biggest fans, it's more directed toward
Thank you very much.
Thank you for helping me all these years. So Clay, I did want to let everyone know, after we received our October 1st letter from the Public Disclosure or Ethics Committee that giving us instructions on the new schedules that were redone, and your office is very helpful. I am one who uses your input information for my year-end report, and you have simplified that form so much. Are you aware of that, working with your IT department and Andrew? So you've made that form so much easier to use. It was, I'm sure, decades old of clunkiness, but they have removed the address. Each address doesn't have 4 columns to enter with a drop-down box. That's very nice to do. You put the zip code over by the address and not over on the other side by the contributions. I just want to point out how much easier that system is. And once you submit it, you know if you have done something wrong immediately, so you can correct your error, and usually it's 2 periods or parentheses or some character that doesn't belong. So I just want to let you know, I think that's going to be very helpful when actually entering data right now, but submitting it too. So you can pass that along to your IT folks and Andrew. They were very good. And of course, we had to add the column for primary and general. That was the newest thing that caught our attention. So thank you, Clay. And if you want to add anything, how easy it's been, or you're looking for a reason to do it, I appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you, Senator. And we can only go so far off this old software to make it more user-friendly. Eventually, we will probably have to either get new software or redesign it in-house, almost start to finish, because once it gets so old, but we took a lot of input. Lobbyists gave us a lot of input on their reports, too, about how to simplify it, and we did what we could.
I'm anxious to submit it and see, did it work as well as I think it did? But it sure is easier to enter this information as someone who does it myself.
And Senator, could I tag on to 2?
Sure.
So, Representative, when you asked about the residency, in one sense, there's an old case that says residency is not residency, which means it's got to be defined in the context. Residency for voting is different than residency for in-state tuition. And the difficult with residency, and this comes up with objections boards, sometimes with candidates, where the allegation is they don't actually live there, is it has an objective part. Does this person have some connection to that location? And a subjective part. Do they intend to stay there or intend to move there? And you can't peer inside someone's head if they say, yeah, I intend to be here. And that's why our voter rolls have a residence address, which is the point on the ground so we can figure out what district you're in, and a mailing address sometimes. A military might live in Kansas but be assigned to Germany. Do we still have troops there? I think so. And so that you hit upon an issue that comes up is this subjective intent. And it's hard to define. I suppose in theory somebody could be a voter in Kansas and live in Missouri for 50 years. I don't think that should happen, but it's hard to know where to cut it off. And Representative, on your question, I looked through the statute quickly, and when it talks about removing voters, it constantly uses the phrase postal service. So I think if we were going to get information from another data set, DMV or whatever, we'd have to have something in the statute to tell us what we can and can't use, so you don't have election staff maybe going too far or not going far enough in using other data. And also just to make sure, just because someone appears on, say, a Texas DMV list, we have to know that they actually intended to go down there if they didn't register to vote in Texas.
Did you have a follow-up? Yeah. Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the question from the senator, or the comment about the ethics entry or the now public disclosure filings, Your legislative recommendation about kind of handing that over to them because they're the ones that do it, would that include them hosting the website and being responsible for the software?
That was the intent, Representative, and that's the part I meant. It's easy to say, file everything with Disclosure Commission, but making sure they had the software up and it's correct and it's ready and they have the staff for it and know what kind of questions they get and an IT person up there 24/7 when it's the cutoff. That's those planning details, any costs incurred would have to be thought through. This isn't something we can just go to the statute and say, everywhere you see Secretary of State, change it to Disclosure Commission.
And are there other filings and so forth that you'd also like to send off to other agencies, or is it just these public disclosure filings?
The three I mentioned, lobbyist, campaign finance, and statement of substantial interest. Because they're all similar, that we just intake and pass it on, and Disclosure does the regulations and the board meetings and the investigations and the analysis on the data.
So we'd have to have a discussion about the infrastructure before we could even really consider
I would definitely recommend, Senator, that a working group probably would have to sit down and figure out how to transition it if the legislature wants to go that direction.
Got it. Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And just to kind of be quick on this, if going back to your testimony on B under other legislative proposals, can we circle back? Can you, are you saying that we shouldn't be required to list any vendors itself as, like, if I had someone create my signs, I don't need to list them? Is that what this bill is about?
Representative, the concept was a direct vendor, so someone the campaign pays the check to and says, here's the services I want, that gets reported still.
Okay.
And lists what services were done, mailing, signs. It's when your vendor then hires someone else, an individual or another company, and pays them. That's where the flow of money gets a little attenuated, and I don't think it's being done correctly now, generally, and it's very hard to enforce and to know you've actually got the right data. The candidate might be hung out there because their vendor didn't tell them they employed a sub-vendor.
Okay. And everything that you listed makes sense. My concern is that we've just now removed the barriers on campaign contributions for state parties, and they can also coordinate with the candidate. Is that an example of a sub-vendor for the candidate?
I don't believe that's a sub-vendor. A sub-vendor would be someone the candidate pays directly.
But you also say political parties.
So the party and the campaign would work, they would coordinate, but if the party issued a check to a vendor, that would be reported. If the candidate issued a check to a vendor, that's reported. It's just the next level down wouldn't be reported.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other question? Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be upfront, y'all. I'm kind of concerned that we would do this just because people don't follow the law. Usually our response when people don't follow the law is to reevaluate, not just remove it. So what do other states do? Do they require this?
Representative, I don't know I haven't done an analysis of what other states have done. In a summary, anecdotal, was told most states don't do this, require the sub-vendors. And I understand your provision, people aren't following the law, let's just get rid of it. I think it's so difficult to follow, and it's not enforced because it's so difficult to enforce. That's the reason. It's not, well, everybody's speeding, let's just get rid of speed limits sort of analysis.
I'm concerned about that. I think that we're here for transparency. And I mean, I worked on campaigns professionally for years. People go out of their way to try and hide things, and I don't know why we would enable that instead of argue for at least a transparent effort. I understand what you're saying, respectfully. I disagree. Thank you.
And again, Mr. Chair, this doesn't affect the Secretary of State's office. I was bringing other ideas. I understand the concept, but it's obviously up to the legislature to decide on that one. We would be neutral if we were testifying on it.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I do everything I can to follow the law and be transparent, as I know other legislators do too. And I don't see an issue with this either way, but I thank you for bringing it to the committee's attention. I mean, most of in fact, all the vendors I use do not use sub-vendors. So I know exactly where the money is going and who we are paying for product.
And so I've heard that from, I can't say many, several candidates have told me that they write the check directly to every person that does work for them. They don't allow a vendor to hire underneath sub-vendors.
Representative Haskins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. I just want to make the point that I've always looked at my reporting requirement as something that I need to inform my constituents. And it keeps me accountable as well. And so I just want to make sure that we are staying, informative to our constituents because they give us the money as well. The last thing is just point of information and a request to you is like, can we see if we can get somebody? I know you asked from the KBDC to come up and talk. I mean, it's just, this is the second one that was like, we should go to the KBDC. And
Right, and I
know you asked, but maybe we do.
I was just notified the executive director is watching this morning and who will be here this afternoon.
Okay.
Wade Weeb, I don't know if that's a
Yep, that's
Weeby or pronunciation is correct on that, but should be here this afternoon. So if you do have any specific questions for the Public Disclosure Commission and people, I think hopefully he can answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sure thing. Any other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm wondering if an alternative could be to require a campaign to write all the checks to vendors and sub-vendors. Because then that makes it very clear, your vendor is going to look out for their sub-vendors. But I think it seems that it's difficult, as you've pointed out, to do the information the way it's happening right now. So we could either change what we're asking for, or we could change what information we're asking to collect, or how they accomplish this.
And thank you for that, Senator. And again, this was a concept proposal that obviously details would need to be worked out and different constituencies approaching legislators to discuss it.
And I think the concern was that, say you buy signed, material from one vendor or your primary vendor for printing, for example, has sub-vendors that they use to obtain ink or obtain the signage material. It becomes an endless chain of requests that becomes burdensome. So I don't think the intent of the suggestion was to create opaqueness, but rather just to use some common sense in what needs to be reported. But I think we can have a good discussion on that with regard to whether or not we need to change the legislation or clarify something, I think. Any other questions? Seeing none, I think we thank you very much, Clay, and also for Brian for the information.
Senator.
We're pretty close on schedule. We're scheduled for a break here at 10:15, and then we will have David Keating from the Institute for Free Speech at 10:25. So with that committee, we'll take a quick break and be back at 10:25 with our next conferee. Okay, committee, we are ready to get back to work here, and we'll start up now with the Institute for Free Speech. David Keating is going to give us a presentation on best practices for free speech and campaign finance and lobbying laws. And I think we have David online. Is that correct, Jaden? Okay, David, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do, loud and clear. So you have the floor, sir.
Great, thank you. Well, Chair Thompson, Vice Chair Proctor, ranking members Francisco and Heskins, thank you for inviting us to appear at this meeting today. I have a set of slides I'd like to use to make my presentation. So should I just share my screen, or how should I do this?
Jaden, do you have it, Jaden? What's that? Presentation, yes. Whichever, if you want to just share your screen and control it, David, that would be fine too.
Okay, let me just hit share.
All right. Jaden, let us know when you have it so you can put it up and we can all see it.
There, is it there?
There we go. We have it now.
Great. Okay, hopefully that's showing up all right. So I just want to quickly describe our mission. We promote and defend the First Amendment rights to freely speak, assemble, publish, and petition the government. About little over half of what we do is strategic litigation. In fact, we represented Fresh Vision Overland Park in a case that wound up not too long ago. And we have about 20 cases that we've been typically doing over the last year. I thought it's always a good idea to take a look at the First Amendment text here, which I'll not read, but you can see on the screen. This is something obviously that governs not only the Congress of the United States, but every state legislature and local government as well, any public official. And essentially, we think what's key is in drafting any laws affecting political speech. By this, we mean speech in election campaigns, speech relevant to legislation, is that it's very important to make all the definitions clear. And to follow the guidance of key U.S. Supreme Court decisions. Now, actually, Kansas does this pretty well in the campaign finance context with the most important definitions in the law. The definitions of express advocacy, contributions, and expenditures, we think are among the best in the country. So congratulations to not only the current legislature, but previous legislatures and governors that have done, I think, a really nice job with that. The other thing to keep in mind is the Supreme Court has made it pretty clear, and I'd say increasingly clear in the last 11 years, that the only recognized purpose of campaign finance laws is to prevent quid pro quo corruption or its appearance. So, you know, I would say there are many states that have campaign finance laws that violate this particular provision, and Kansas, unfortunately, is no exception. We'll talk about some of those problems later on. Another key issue that we think is very important is simplify the system as much as possible. And this is one of the defects that we'll discuss later in Kansas. But the Supreme Court has said the First Amendment does not permit laws that force speakers to retain a campaign finance attorney to determine whether and how they may speak. And one way to avoid this is to make the registration and reporting thresholds with significant amounts of money. And This is not something that Kansas has done. In fact, the thresholds, from what we can tell, have been frozen literally for decades. We couldn't determine when they were established exactly, but my guess is they were probably established in the 1970s or early 1980s. And obviously, we've had huge amounts of inflation since then. Contribution limits also add complexity to avoid loopholes or evasions, and they also hinder especially political parties as well as candidates in the era of the super PAC. This is another thing that I think more and more people are beginning to understand, is that when they make a donation to a candidate or a political party or a political committee, their names appear on disclosure reports that are publicly available online. And I think as more people understand these risks to their jobs or even political violence, hopefully not, it may make election campaign fundraising more difficult. So we think it's one reason why the donor disclosure thresholds should probably be raised in many places, not just Kansas. Another important issue in the whole campaign finance realm is political parties. And obviously, political parties play a huge role in our political system. Typically political parties are interested in one thing, which is getting their candidates elected. And right now, many states, including Kansas, treat political parties as inferior to other groups in the campaign finance system. Now, the legislature did make an important change recently that the governor signed into law in allowing parties to support their candidates in Kansas more freely. And that's, I think, a good beginning. But as we'll see later, there's some other things that probably you should consider. Another thing that's important is bipartisan enforcement. Now, Kansas is one of the few states that attempts bipartisan enforcement, but still it is a bit weighted to the controlling party at any given time. But at least there is a bipartisan structure of some sort. Another issue that we've seen as a problem in many states is that once either contribution limits or donor disclosure thresholds or registration thresholds get enacted into law, they stay there literally for decades at a time. So it takes a law that might have been sensible at one time and it makes it more complicated over time because it covers more and more activity. So this is something that more states are recognizing, and at least for campaign contributions, 29 of the 50 states, campaign contributions are not eroded by inflation. Now, obviously, some states don't have campaign contribution limits, so they're not affected. But, in another 17 states, they have index contribution limits for inflation. Another key thing that we think is important is to not regulate grassroots advocacy, where people are getting together to talk to each other and then to pool their money and talk to fellow citizens about what they think the legislature should do to improve government. In fact, Congress for decades now has decided not to regulate grassroots advocacy, and many states have also decided not to do this. Unfortunately, Kansas is not one of these states. So here are the recommendations that we have. First of all, as I alluded to earlier, we commend the legislature and the governor, Laura Kelly, for enacting significant improvements to campaign finance laws in the last session, but we think there's still considerable room for improvement. One is we think you should definitely consider raising the donor disclosure thresholds in Kansas. It's just $50 during a reporting period, as I understand it. And there are only 14 states that arguably have lower thresholds. So we recommend a threshold of, perhaps $2,500 for statewide races and $500 for legislative races. Consider adopting something that the Federal Election Commission recommended unanimously in its recommendations to Congress that were released last December. And this is basically these two bullets basically explain the idea that the FEC had. One is continue reporting the contributor names and addresses to the regulator, so they would have that information for possible enforcement use, but redact the street addresses from public disclosure. Now, two of the nation's largest states already have this system in place, Texas and California, and one of the smaller states, Wyoming, actually has a law that redacts even more information. So this would, by eliminating someone's actual street address, this would eliminate the public location data that could facilitate violence or harassment. Another thing that the Federal Election Commission has done a long time ago is consider adding an internet exemption. And the FEC has recognized that, individuals that provide political commentary or post on social media, or organizations that do that, especially smaller organizations, should be exempt. And so here is the FEC's, this is right here on the screen is the FEC's internet exemption text. And basically it says it won't include communications over the internet except for communication placed or promoted for a fee. So in essence, if someone's running an ad on the internet or paying a platform to promote a post, then that's not subject to the exemption. But if the organization or the individual is just posting things on YouTube or social media or on a website, then that's just not subject to campaign finance regulation at all. So we think that makes a lot of sense because essentially, even though Kansas, and we'll get to this in a few minutes, even though Kansas doesn't provide for a media exemption from the campaign finance laws, from what we can tell, that's not been enforced. So if, say, a newspaper in the state writes an editorial endorsing a candidate for governor, that's not subject to an independent expenditure rule. So if a newspaper can do that, then why can't an organization publishing online? We just think it makes it fair for everyone who wants to publish on something. As long as it's not paid advertising, then it would be exempt from regulation. The other thing that we think is important to avoid is not to use enforcement. And I think this became controversial in the last few years with the former name of the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission. So we believe that it's best if the law is not clear, then either the regulator, the KPDC in this case, or the legislature should step in and clarify the law. This is something that I think is a matter of common sense. People need to know in advance what the law restricts or regulates. And if they don't know what that is, then we need to clear it up so people know in advance rather than getting punished for a good faith effort to try to comply. And I will note a Supreme Court case. I mean, this is dicta, so it's not really necessarily binding, but the Supreme Court has indicated in a debatable case, the tie should be resolved in favor of protecting speech. And one of the problems we've seen in many states, and certainly at the federal government, is regulators often see their job as an advocate to take the most speech restrictive interpretation of the law or regulations. I mean, that's just a fact of life. We don't think regulators should do that. We think they should take the most reasonable reading. But, if we had something in the law, for example, as proposed by SB 279 in the last session, then that would tell the regulator that they can't go ahead with just their interpretation of the law if it's unclear. And I would point out that Louisiana had adopted a provision similar to what was in SB 279 earlier this year. And basically this says if there's more than one reasonable interpretation, you should interpret that provision to maximize the right of freedom of speech, basically, either under the US Constitution or the Kansas Constitution. The other thing that we think doesn't make a lot of sense is the current law bans legislators and candidates from forming PACs. And at the federal level and in many other states, I don't know if it's most, but certainly many other states, that they are allowed to form political committees, but they're not allowed normally. There are some exceptions in some states to have those leadership PACs, that's what you want to call them, to intervene in their own race. So the Kansas ban, we don't think makes any sense at all, given that the governor and other statewide officials can form such a PAC. And we think there's a good chance that if a legislator wanted to form such a PAC and wanted to challenge that ban, we think there's a good chance a court would find the ban unconstitutional. And look, by having this ban, this, if anything, encourages lawmakers to form social welfare advocacy groups, which don't file and we don't think should be required to file reports of their donors. So if legislators can have PACs, then they can raise disclosed funds and be less likely to form these advocacy groups. So I know one of the themes of the special committee is transparency. So I think by legislators and candidates to have leadership PACs, that would both comport with the First Amendment and probably increase transparency at the same time. The other thing is we think you should definitely consider joining the majority of states nationally that don't put contribution limits on political parties. This would allow the parties to compete with super PACs and would also reduce complexity. Now, we think this is actually pretty vulnerable in Kansas. If one of the parties there wanted to challenge the contribution limit, we think there's a good chance they would succeed in a challenge. And that's because the governor and other statewide officials can raise unlimited funds for their PACs. So if they can do that, then why can't political party officials raise the same amount of funds? We just don't think there's any real government interest in limiting contributions to political parties when the legislature and governor have already found that officials can have PACs. The other thing, I think this is something I alluded to earlier, just you should consider indexing all monetary amounts in the campaign finance and lobbying laws to inflation so you prevent the law from covering more activity over time. We want to avoid doing that. It makes things simpler, especially for people that don't spend a lot of money trying to influence either campaign elections and legislation. And then the other thing you may want to consider is the Federal Election Campaign Act has exemptions, which I think are pretty non-controversial, but they don't appear to be in the Kansas law. One is there's no media exemption. So this language here, these exemptions that you see on the screen, this is straight out of the Federal Election Campaign Act. We think this language looks pretty good. So if it's something Kansas wanted to adopt, it's something that we think you should consider. So not only a media exemption, but nonpartisan activity, and then communications where membership organizations are communicating with their members. That is not something that we think should be an expenditure. The other thing that I wanted to cover before winding up is despite the increases, the contribution limits in Kansas are still relatively low compared to most states. So first here, these are the election cycle limits. Now, different states do it differently. Some states do it by per election. Some of it do by election cycle. So we try to make all the amounts comparable. We did this by election cycle. So you can see Kansas is just below average and median in the gubernatorial contribution limits. For state senate, again, significantly below the average. And then for state house races, also considerably below the average. The other thing that I hope you will consider is to consider updating Kansas's lobbying laws. We think there are a number of constitutional defects in these laws. And when we rated the 50 states on their lobbying laws, Kansas got a 55% score, and there were 16 states that got perfect scores in our index. So Senate Bill 286 actually, I think, does a pretty good job of the one from the last session, from remedying the defects in the statute. And most of the bill is patterned after the federal lobbying law. So the key provision is to mirror what Congress has done and repeal the grassroots advocacy reporting. And here, this is in the in an attachment to my my written remarks, but it's a side-by-side showing the United States Code for lobbying definitions and how Senate Bill 286 does a pretty good job of mirroring the federal law. And this has a number of advantages, I think. One is many organizations have state affiliates, or maybe, lobby, not only federally, but in many states. And if the state laws are similar to the federal laws, then that makes it easier for everyone to comply. And people are more likely to comply with the law if they understand it. So to the extent that it's similar to the federal lobbying law, which, we don't think is perfect, but we think is, if you're going to have a lobbying law, the federal lobbying law is probably the best one to try to model in some of its key features. So I won't go through all of this here, and I wanted to leave plenty of time for questions. So with that, Brad, was there anything you wanted to add as observations before we take questions?
Yes, thank you, David, and thank you, Senator Thompson and members of the committee. So I'm Brad Smith. I'm the chairman of the Institute for Free Speech, and as some of you know, formerly the chairman of the Federal Election Commission. And I obviously agree with everything that David has said. I just wanted to emphasize a couple points from the enforcement standpoint. One is that thresholds do need to be high enough to be meaningful. It's very easy. I point out oftentimes that most voters vote in big elections, governor and Senate, county commissioner in large counties and so on. But most candidates actually run in small races, school board, township trustee, county commissioner in small counties, that sort of thing. And they don't have a lot of resources, and they're not spending a lot. And the reporting requirements are extremely onerous and difficult for most of these types of candidates. Professor Jeffrey Milo, the University of Missouri over next door, did a study some years back in which he paid graduate students to try to complete the forms that were required. Now, these were FEC forms, not state forms, but they're not that big a difference. And they were being paid, so they had an incentive to do it right. They're graduate students, they have college degrees and more, and they couldn't do it. I can't remember if none of them could do it, or if there were one or two out of about 40 who were able to complete the forms successfully. And I know as a commissioner, the complaint I heard most often in pleading letters from people sent directly to the commissioners was, I tried so hard to do this, and I wanted to be involved in the campaign. I wanted to do this because I thought it was a good part of my duty as an American to be involved in. And this was the most nerve-wracking, scary thing that I've ever done. And these would include CPAs and lawyers and people who really you would think could handle it. So I think it's important that we raise the threshold at which committees need to report at all. Kansas has a very low threshold. Basically, it's anything. If you spend $1, you have to set up a committee and start filing reports. You can get an exemption from it, but you have to apply for that specifically. And I think that we'd probably do well just to say that until a campaign reaches some minimal amount, we can wash out all those small local committees, volunteer staffs. It might set an amount of $5,000 or $10,000 or something like that. The same goes for contributions by individuals. David pointed out the fear of dying in this day and age, which I think is very real. It goes back. I mean, we could give you examples from 20 years ago and more, but I think in this climate it's particularly important. But it's also worth noting that, again, first, that adds to the burden of reporting to include all these very small donors. I don't think I think very few people look at somebody who's giving $50 to a campaign and say, that's something I needed to know for my vote. I needed to know that who is influencing the person. I don't think that affects people in that way. And it actually, having so much information can make the reports less useful for their intended purpose, which is enabling people to see potential sources of influence, because people who are giving $50 or $100, $20 are not people who are using monetary contributions to gain undue influence with the candidate. And it just makes the reports more burdensome, harder to find the people who actually are giving serious money that might be worth tracking. So I think that those are things that we need to pay attention to, and that we don't do often enough. And that those kinds of thresholds, like contribution limits, should also be indexed for inflation so that they go up automatically. The other final point I would just make is David's talked a bit about the need for clarity. And I do want to point out that from the regulator's standpoint, lack of clarity is also a problem. Regulators, in my experience, as one, are very conscious of the fact that what they do can affect races and who wins and who loses. And that means that their interpretation of the law very important in an immediate aspect. And if you don't have clarity, it puts tremendous pressure on the legislators, or I'm sorry, not the legislators, but the regulators, to try to decide, am I interpreting the statute fairly? Am I letting my partisanship get in the best of me? Am I bending over backwards to avoid the appearance of partisanship? Good, clear rules save the regulators the same kind of ethical dilemmas in trying to be faithful to the law that they might impose on donors and candidate campaigns and so on. But otherwise, again, I don't need to say more. I generally, obviously agree with everything that David has said, and I'm happy to help in answering any questions if I can do so. Thank you very much for giving us time today.
Thank you, Bradley, and also David. Committee, let's open it up for questions. There's probably a lot of discussion here. Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, both of you, for speaking to the committee. I've got about 1,000 questions, and so I'm going to ask one, and then I'll let everybody go around. If there's no other questions, I'll try to get in 2 or 3 of my 1,000. So I would like to go back. We don't have to go back to the slide, but one of your slides, you were talking about how requiring donors to disclose their identity discourages speech because of cancel culture. This has been a huge topic here in Kansas right now. There's a difference between the freedom of speech and the freedom from consequences of your speech. Yes, a donor is free to use their dollars of speech to contribute to any candidate, but, if you say something horribly offensive, the people around you have the right to, your employer has the right to fire you because they feel that your speech is so offensive that it reflects poorly on their business or their organization. The people around you have the right to, say something back to you about your offensive speech, or to, ostracize you socially because of the offensive thing that you said. And so I guess I would like you to expand on the difference between those two ideas, and why we wouldn't require people to disclose their identity for contributing to a candidate.
Well, I'll take that if I can. So let me say first that it is important that we adhere to sort of the letter of the law. In other words, people can't be convicted. Sometimes people say, well, you're violating the spirit of the law, right? Well, okay, but if they're within the letter of the law, we protect them. That's what the law is intended for, to let people know what they can do and can't do. But notice that the spirit of the law is still important in other ways. The spirit of the First Amendment is very important. And I wonder how, well, I agree with you. I think you make a good point. I wonder how people would feel if we said, you can say whatever you want. Freedom of speech? Absolutely. But if you say something the government doesn't like, they can throw you in jail. It's just consequences for saying something that was offensive or wrong or too critical of the government. And all of us, I think, would recoil and say, whoa, that doesn't seem consistent with the First Amendment, right? I mean, if the government imposed consequences on you afterwards, we would all recognize that that was a bad deal. And I think the spirit of the First Amendment should tell us that in the private sector as well, while there can be some consequences, we should avoid getting to the idea that we want to punish people for their speech and punish them in some way unrelated to their speech by hounding them out of their job or something like that. We're chasing people off. That's very depressing for society. John Stuart Mill, a great defender of free speech, noted that that was actually the worst type of sort of censorship. I mean, it's not true censorship. The government isn't saying you can't do it, but it has an even greater effect on people's willingness to speak and to talk and to say what they believe, about controversial issues such as transgender philosophy or even, Obamacare or all kinds of things that are just controversial in our society. And we suppress those if people feel like they're going to be attacked for these. And I think we should note that most people have very little incentive to participate in politics. Now, people who are really into it, they get for it and they're often willing to put their names out there. But a lot of people who have a great deal to offer, oftentimes our most thoughtful and moderate citizens, just don't want the hassle. They don't want their kids hassled in school. They don't want their business to be boycotted, meaning they have to figure out, I gave money as a business owner, and now my business is being boycotted. So what do? I have employees to worry about. Maybe I have partners or shareholders to worry about. What do I have to do on these things? And these are the kinds of people that are often being chased out of the system. So I would be careful about, going out there too much and saying that merely contributing to a candidate. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about people making offensive speech comments on social media. We're not talking about people gleefully cheering on a murder or something like that on social media. We're just talking about a political contribution, which are usually made to major party candidates. The idea that these people should be in some other way, quote, held responsible for such a hideous act strikes me as not something that's really a valid public policy agenda, or at least not one that is worth the cost that it imposes. So that would be my general response there. We're not talking about censoring people or having consequences for people doing truly heinous things. We're talking about these kinds of doxing and canceling and hounding, harassment for people who did nothing more than contribute usually to a major party candidate who they thought would provide good government. And so, I don't really have a direct answer to your response because you're right. You're right on the dilemma, right? Obviously, people privately have a right to boycott people and so on. But I think we need to think about whether we want the government to facilitate that over something like contributions to mainstream candidates.
Representative Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I would have on disclosure limits for candidates is that sometimes it's very helpful as a voter to know, who's giving the money behind a candidacy. For instance, if you saw on a local election that 90% of the donors are people from the landlord association, it does help fill in kind of who's really behind this campaign. Candidates can be very evasive. They can kind of try and be all things to all people. But if you notice somebody, that their donations skew to a certain, philosophy, as a voter, it can be very helpful. And so don't disclosure limits actually help the voter in deciding the candidate and what's the real agenda?
Well, again, I'll say a few words. David might want to add more. I would again go to the idea of looking at the size of contributions. I don't think that very small donors have that kind of effect. And even if, as you suggest, that many people, for example, a great many of their donors are small landlords. If that's the case, you're almost always going to find that they'll also get a contribution from the landlords association or from large landlords as well. And people can make that kind of identification as to who is engaged. So again, it's not a question of people sometimes say, do you favor disclosure, oppose disclosure? I think that's the wrong question. I think the question is, what is the appropriate level of disclosure? And in my view, Kansas has a very low limit of $50, which, as I say, is not only, I think, gets at people who don't carry undue influence in any particular way, but also has a tendency to make it harder to find out, where the sort of serious money is, if you want to call it that, who might more strongly shape an agenda. And I would also just add one final point that, I mean, generally, again, to use your example, if you've got somebody who's representing the landlords, I just think that's going to come out without exposing the home address of every $50 and $75 donor. The opposing candidate is going to know, even if our landlord supporting candidate doesn't want to make that a big issue and doesn't talk about it much, we're going to see people on those lists who give more money, who are identifiable from that donor group. The opposing candidate is going to know things about them. They could do opposition research. Reporters can ask questions. Candidates often do talk about things even that they don't like to talk about. So again, I think it's a question of thinking, what is the balance here? What are we trying to get at? I used to, about 25 years ago, it was really popular because the internet was new, to say, we want every penny disclosed instantly on the internet. And I always would hear that, and I just kind of react by saying, we don't need it instantly. We need it correct, not instantly. And we don't need every penny. We really don't. So that would be my case. Again, not to disagree with the point you make. It can be useful information to donors at times, but we need to think about what is the proper balance. And I think when you're talking $50, it's very, very low. I think it should be quite a bit higher, probably at least $500 or something in that neighborhood before it's either useful information to voters or at least suggest that the donor is a person who might actually be using money to gain some influence over a candidate.
Yeah, let me just add a couple observations.
David Senator Thompson, we did increase our cash contribution limit to $200, but that's still below the threshold that Bradley was suggesting of $5. And go ahead, David.
Yeah, just a couple of observations. One is, I think Kansas set this $50 threshold perhaps in the 1970s. So if you were to simply index that to, or adjust that for inflation since then, we would be at least at $250, somewhere in that range. I don't know, again, when it was established. But the other thing you have to keep in mind is back when this was established, to actually see these records, you had to go probably to the records of the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission. You had to go to the file cabinets or them, if they had it on microfiche. So you had to go to the state capitol to even see this. And now all of this is online. So it's more accessible, and we haven't changed the thresholds at many levels of government. So to me, it cries out for a change. And I think what Texas, California, and Wyoming have done, protecting people's home addresses, you're still having the disclosure, raise the thresholds to, look, whatever the legislative judgment is, we're just saying that $50 probably done decades ago, you probably ought to revisit the amount.
And just before we move on, Mike, can I confirm, because in your brief, Jason said the limit was increased from 100 to 200 for contributions made in cash. And I believe that's in House Bill 2054.
That's correct.
Okay. Just want to verify for sure. Open up your mic. Yeah.
Sorry, I believe it maybe we need to check with Jillian on this, but before you didn't have to, it was $50. Anything above $50, you would have to report, and that got moved to $100. And so the cash contribution limit is $200, but if it's $100, it has to be reported. And I think that's what they're referring to as far as cancel culture, is that if my name's on here, then.
Okay, yeah. Delineation on that. Representative Haskins and then Representative Simmons after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, and I have several questions, but I'm going to try to limit them as well. On your slide for best practices for free speech and campaign finance, and I'm not particular who, I understand that the free speech and the language here, but I missed the connection, and I'm just going on an assumption. Are you making that campaign finance contributions are also examples of free speech?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit? The NRA recently got a decision by the Supreme Court in 2025. Are you familiar with that one? And if so, can you tell us about that?
Are you talking about NRA versus VULO?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. Brad, do you want to take that, or I can take a stab at it?
Well, sure. I mean, NRA versus VULO is a case where I believe it was the state comptroller of New York, threatened other businesses, said, if you keep, we don't like what the NRA is saying, basically. And so if you keep doing business with the NRA, we're going to investigate you. And I think that's pretty clearly, the longstanding doctrine that the government can't try to do indirectly what it can't do directly. If it can't try to censor the NRA directly, it can't try to censor them by encouraging private parties to do that. And we've seen similar concerns raised in other recent cases this year, such as the Jimmy Kimmel brouhaha and the FTC commissioner or FCC Commissioner Carr's statements on that about licensing, kind of vaguely threatening licenses if they didn't pull it. So this is a major concern, and VULO is a very important decision in that area.
Yeah, and in my understanding, please correct, is that basically the decision was no government official can discriminate against a constituent or a business free speech, even if they do not agree with their free speech. Is that a summation that you would support?
I think that's fair for the part. I mean, there may be certain grounds of what someone might call discrimination that would be allowed that would be relevant to why the contract is coming out. But basically, I would agree with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question on your excessive disclosure harm political speech. Going back to that cancel culture, I'm kind of confused because this is really anecdotal. There's no real proof on this, and it does sound like, okay, if your limit is high enough, you are protected. So if a business gives more than $500, you're saying that they are protective by this? Explain this one more time to me, because it just seems like we're discriminating against free speech for those that can't afford the $500.
No, I mean, what we're suggesting is that people giving below those kinds of limits should not have to be reported, and people giving above higher limits, the case for reporting is more justifiable. Now, it's also worth noting the case for protecting them from doxing might be more justifiable. There might be more people want to dox a major donor than a small donor. But generally, in that terms of trying to strike a balance between, the public's interest in gaining insight into the candidate or spotting corruption, and the donor's interest, the general norm that has been accepted is that bigger donors should be subject to more disclosure requirements. So again, I think it's a question of where you draw that line, but the idea is to protect smaller donors.
Well, and I guess my understanding, I understand what you're saying, but I'm missing the justification that $500, $200, whatever it is, anything below that shouldn't be reported because it will counsel culture. It's just a general opinion that you're sharing.
Well, if what you're saying is, I mean, I want to be clear that we're on the same wavelength. We're saying people below that amount should not be disclosed, which is actually a benefit for them. They don't have to worry about cancel culture coming for them.
We're on the same page as understanding what you are saying. I don't believe we're on the same page as what is the appropriate limit that doesn't discriminate against free speech. And I know that you're stating reporting, but if I want to put my flag in the ground as a constituent, and that's my way to contribute to the campaign, and I want you to share my name, that should be my right to be able to do that. And that's all I'm asking. But thank you. The last question, I promise you, is can we have a little bit, can you give me an example of these grassroots advocacies? And I'm not understanding why they shouldn't be reported if they're collective enough to give money above, $500.
Okay, well, Representative Haskins, first I want to say on that first part, nothing prohibits a person from volunteering that they've made contributions, that they can't do that. And I'll ask David if he wants to address the grassroots lobbying, since I've been chatting quite a bit.
Well, basically what we want to do is we want to encourage people to speak up about government or how to improve it. So Congress has, many years ago decided to end, grassroots lobbying reporting. This is something that many civil liberties groups agree should be a priority as well. As far as the disclosure of donors, I want to go back to what the Supreme Court has said, which is these campaign finance laws. The reason, the rationale is to prevent corruption or the appearance of corruption. And I just think it's really impossible to justify that there's a $10 or $25 or $50 contribution is somehow going to lead to corruption. And I think at some of these levels, you're getting into constitutional, a court may someday say, this is just too low, especially in the age of the internet. When the court first looked at this back in 1976 and Congress added $100, you could tell in the Buckley decision, the court was kind of wobbling a bit about, we think this might be a little too low, but we're not going to second guess what the Congress thought. And that was $100 in 1976, and that's before anything was online. So it's an open question to me where the Supreme Court today would say the appropriate line is, but I think $50 is probably too low.
That's it. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I do have just one more question, and I forgot this, and that is when we debated the removal of unlimited contributions to political parties, as you recommend, the concern that was addressed was political parties, state political parties specifically, can coordinate with the candidate, and it was what is the monetary value or what is the economic value of such coordination? So if you remove the limits to those political parties and you give them the ability to coordinate, adding value to the campaign, you've now officially just created super PACs. So have you addressed this at all, and can you help us resolve that question?
This is a question for us? I mean,
what is the value of being able to coordinate? Political parties can coordinate. What is the value in that? And does it create an unfair advantage for PACs in general if a state political party can coordinate and as well receive unlimited amount of funds?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things you could do with this. One is, if you're not willing to go that far to allow them to coordinate directly with their candidates and get unlimited contributions, then let the political parties raise unlimited contributions, but only for independent expenditures, and keep the contribution limit for the coordinated expenditures that they can do. Even that would be a step that would help parties, I think, play on more even ground, because statewide officials can have PACs, raise unlimited money, and do that sort of thing as well. So at least you'd be putting parties on the same ground. But what we've found, what we've seen is most states allow unlimited contributions to state parties. Now, in terms of the intersection between unlimited contributions and unlimited coordination, I don't have that off the top of my head, how many states have both. I think it's in the order of about 20, but I'm not sure. That's something we'd have to research.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for your patience with my questions.
Representative Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree completely with my prior colleagues. I think there's a lot of value, actually, in reporting these small donations. I'm a Democrat in Kansas. I have never had a Democrat come to me and say, I have faced backlash because I gave $25 to the Democrat in running in my district. I've never heard of happening. I've never heard of that, and so I don't think that's a real problem here. I also have a problem with the $500 contribution limit. I sat here brainstorming all of the different things you could do with $500. You could send 4,000 to 5,000 text messages with a link to a website that you made, shredding a candidate and their reputation, and then push it out on social media for like $400 easily. I like to think we would all like more transparency than that. I do have a question on what you said regarding government and free speech, censoring free speech. I can't remember who was talking about that.
What's the question, Representative? And then either Bradley or David can get it.
Well, it's been a big news week, clearly, and I couldn't help but think the Senate president just called on the firing of employees for their social media posts about the death of Charlie Kirk, and Attorney General Kobach just fired an employee in the last few days because he praised Hitler and made several racist remarks. Do you think that they were wrong for forcing them out of their jobs because those were comments made in their personal capacities?
Well, without knowing all the facts, I mean, I'm not going to say there's a pretty complicated test that the Supreme Court has for that. I generally tend to be pretty lenient toward dismissing people in those circumstances, but there are questions about, were these private conversations, how likely were they to influence the work of the agency or the perception of the agency with the public and so on. As you've just described them, I would find myself inclined to say, yeah, great, but I do caution, I don't know all the facts. There's often another side. So on that, I don't know. If I could, on a couple of things. So you mentioned that, small donors, you've not heard them complain. Of course, those are people who donate. And one question is what people don't donate because they are fearful of disclosure. And, there are studies that indicate that it's fairly substantial. I mean, obviously, most people don't really care that much, a majority, but there are many who do, and they will tend not to disclose. Again, I point out, as I did to Representative Haskins, that anybody's free to say, hey, I've given to this candidate. Moreover, campaigns are free to disclose stuff even if it's not required by law. Now, that may make some donors not want to give to that campaign. Maybe it'll make some donors want to give to that campaign. We're not talking about limiting what the campaign can do, only what the state requires to do in terms of forcing disclosure there. And I think when we talk about like a $500 donor, for example, I think at some point to be honest, we're kind of losing the plot here. What I've long heard in 30 years of studying this and writing books on it and serving as the FEC chair and representing campaigns is people don't like big money in campaigns. They think that that's unfair. Somebody who's got too much money is just not right, okay? When we're talking people giving, a couple $100, even $500, it doesn't seem to me that we're really talking big money, right? The question is what a few $100 might buy. The question is, at what point are we willing to sort of start cutting people off and saying you can't speak more than that, you can't engage in more speech than that or more effort than that because we think it's just too unfair. And I just have to say, I mean, this is something I think you folks, you're legislators, you've been elected, you've got to decide. I don't think $500 is that big a deal. I don't think people see somebody giving $500, even if there's no way they feel they could give $500, that they sit there and say, oh, I hate it that guys like that dominate our politics. I just don't think that that's kind of the reality. So I think we start to lose the plot when we start to look at sort of the value rather than the ability of someone to give. The difference between Elon Musk and someone giving $500 is so great. I'm not sure it shows up as anything other than infinitesimal if you did a statistical analysis. So that's what I would urge this committee to think hard about. Is not necessarily what the money buys in terms of actual goods, but rather what it does in terms of affecting our notions of influence and equality, while also keeping in mind our notions of free speech, political activity that people should engage in, and generally keeping the government out of a position where the government can pass rules that will affect who wins and who loses office on a partisan sort of basis.
Thank you. And I understand your perspective. Are you familiar with the kind of voter turnout that we have here in Kansas and how that money affects voter turnout?
Well, I don't know that I can tell you Kansas specifically. We do know that,
Well, I will, sir, I will tell you.
campaign spending
If
can
I may,
increase or can lower voter turnout.
if I may, I will tell you. We have some districts where you only have 3,000 or 4,000 people that show up. So building off the example I used earlier, you could easily significantly influence a race, whether that be a primary or general election, with a very little amount of money. And I would also argue no one is restricting anyone from volunteering, from knocking on doors, from posting all over their social media. They're being restricted on the funds. So I take a serious issue with the idea that placing a limit on individual donors is restricting their political participation. Thank you.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like maybe I should have asked all 1,000 questions. So I've heard several times from the conferees that, that in the age of the internet, these disclosure requirements are antiquated. And I'd like to push back on that. I requested this committee of the LCC, this interim committee, because of concerns about ActBlue bundling small donors to the tune of thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars to candidate campaigns that were unreportable because they were below the limit. The individuals were below the limits, making them invisible to voters that don't know who's contributing. And then the other concern was reports that donors were being identified as giving to the campaign who had not actually given to the campaign. They were the donation was being misattributed to somebody who had not given to the campaign. And so my question is, if we were to take your recommendations and increase the limit for anonymous donations, and we were to take your recommendation for providing less information, not more information about each individual donor, what would be the alternative to get at that problem to make sure that that our laws are being followed?
Well, it's a good question, a good issue. I think there are a number of smaller things that can be done. And first, I want to point out, and this may be just a philosophy that we differ on. I'm not a zero tolerance guy. When I hear people say, we have zero tolerance, I'm like, that's almost entirely wrong. We don't try to get rid of all crime by putting a policeman every 50 feet on every street. There's always a trade-off to be made here. So that's what I would first emphasize, is that we do want to think about trade-offs, right? Now, what can we do if you're concerned about, things? One is typically the laws can be investigated. There are tip-offs. If large amounts are transferring through funding agents such as ActBlue, that you mentioned, to particular candidates, that alone might issue suspicions. There can be random audits and so on that can be done. There are other things that can be done. For example, one can require, it could be possible to say contributions cannot be made, for example, with prepaid credit cards. They have to be made by check, or they have to be made by credit card. There's not a prepaid credit card, so you can clearly trace the person who owns the credit card. And that's one possibility that you can work with. But again, I think mainly, generally speaking, when we look at law enforcement, we presume that people are innocent. And then when there's signs that they're not, we investigate. And if we find that there are problems, there are penalties for that. And it's not like we're saying the penalties go away if you're taking contributions and misattributing them or lying about the amounts in order to avoid disclosing names and addresses and so on. That's clearly illegal. And I think would be subject to ongoing penalties. So again, you might want to even consider, thinking about the enforcement standards. I don't think you want something where you're going to audit every single campaign, every election, but maybe you do want to have a greater budget for auditing of campaigns and organizations. Like all of these things, I think we're talking a balance here. And remember that on one hand, we have important issues that many of you have identified, informing voters and that sort of thing. But on the other hand side, we have a constitutional issue, which is the right of people to engage in free speech. And, the Supreme Court has recognized that right repeatedly for decades and decades. I think that we need to be very careful about thinking that, we need to try to stamp out all possible abuses. Our country, our politics, leave room for people to violate the law without getting caught. It's not because we want that to happen. It's because we realize that the cost of trying to cut out all potential crime of any sort is simply not worth the cost. The benefits are not worth the cost.
The only thing that I would add to this is there have been a lot of allegations about ActBlue purportedly laundering money from hidden donors. And there have been many states' attorneys general that purportedly have investigated this. The Trump administration has ordered the Justice Department to investigate this. Right now, we don't have any evidence that anything illegal happened by laundering money. I think it's much more likely that these reports, these allegations you've seen, have been from elderly people that have frankly lost control of their finances. And there have been a number of news reports that looked into these allegations, and they went and tracked these people down, by CNN, for example, and they interviewed the families. And what had happened was they got so many text messages from national campaigns is they just kept sending money and money and money. And they spent, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars in these campaigns, broken up into many, many small contributions. So I think we really have to wait for the evidence and the investigations to see if there was an issue here, and if so, what the issue is, and then the most tailored way to address it. And I think some of the suggestions Brad has made, prepaid credit cards and things of that nature, either ban them or, require that the person actually show up, or somehow document that they are, a legal giver to the campaign.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you for that. The emails that I've gotten from people who their names were on contribution lists for Kansas candidates who did not give to those candidates, they were not elderly people. They didn't just forgot they give. But I've only got a few more minutes, so I'm going to move on. The other question I had, you talk about this internet exception for disclosure if they're not paid ads. But I think, again, that doesn't keep up with the internet. If somebody pays people to share posts and spread posts and, has bots on social media that are sharing and retweeting or whatever, that's not paid advertising. That would not be disclosed under that framework. So how would you suggest that we get at that if we're going to create this huge exemption in the law?
Well, that's not my reading of it. If a campaign is paying people to do that, that's something that would normally that would be disclosed. That would not be subject to this exemption. This exemption is for organizations that are not political committees, parties, or candidates, just either individuals or groups publishing on their own accounts, not being paid by candidates, parties, or PACs.
Yeah, I just emphasize, so a person, an influencer, for example, who is paid by a campaign, that would show up on the campaign's spending reports. Now, if one is really concerned that it won't show up when they tweet something, put something out on X or Blue Sky or whatever it is, and say, I don't, and it doesn't say that they're being paid to make that tweet right on the face of the communication, one could make an argument for some type of disclaimer that would have to go on the visual face, just like we have on other sorts of ads. There are some issues about space and so on. I think, again, we can get into disclaimer overkill, but one could say, if you're making a tweet because you were paid to do so, that should appear on the the bottom of the tweet. That goes much further than worrying about trying to report everything. And if we think about, you mentioned, for example, comments, people responding on threads and that sort of thing, I'm not sure how those would show up in any case, even if you were forcing people to report what they spent on their internet communications. It would be very, those kinds of things wouldn't show up as anybody's cost other than on the candidate's expense report or an independent spender's expense report when they do things, but it won't show up on the ad itself. So I think that's, one of the things that we have to keep in mind. And I don't really see a way around that. I would just point out one other thing, that before that internet exemption was put into place, and I was on the FEC when it was put into place, Before that, we would have cases where, for example, complaints would be filed against somebody because he would set up a blog using his home computer and he'd start talking about politics on it. And the FEC literally would look at those and go, well, you know, you have to spend so much in electricity a month and amortize the value of your computer and that sort of thing. And to me, that was just wholly incompatible with the general idea of a First Amendment that allows people to say what they want. Say on your own website, you can't say what you want, or that an organization, you know, any interest group, it could be Right to Life, it could be Planned Parenthood, it could be Handgun Control Inc., it could be NRA, you know, any group can't on their own website say, here's what we believe without having to report that as a special campaign expenditure. Just strikes me again as overkill. So my overarching theme, which I hope has come through, is again what you're being asked to do is not easy, but you're being asked to balance a number of interest, including, I think most importantly, in the Constitution, which is that First Amendment interest. And I think as you do that, it's not an easy job, but where Kansas's laws tend to be weak, and I agree with David, they're much better than they used to be, and on the whole, they're pretty good. But where they tend to be weak is things where I don't think that balance has been struck correctly. And I think largely it's not been struck correctly because the laws are old. The amounts have not been updated. They don't consider new technology and so on.
Yeah, and just for posterity and the record that's forever now on YouTube, I'm not talking about candidates, PACs, or parties. I'm talking about supposedly nonpartisan nonprofits that are engaged in campaigning, frankly, on the internet and are in no way required to report. And I think that weakening those laws further only gives them more room to run. Thank you.
We just have time for one more question before we have to break. Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is really just a point. I did promise and I broke. I'm sorry. Just a point of clarification and just for the committee, I hope we stay focused on what you stated the purpose for the meeting was and not deviate into Act Blue or anything else, because according to the findings that the Committee on House Administration on the federal level, the fraudulent cases were twice. Once in April, once in September, and it was 42 fraudulent cases out of 31 million transactions. So it is something to stay relevant to and not deviate off. Thank you very much.
We are going to this afternoon hear from Jillian and KLRD about some of the other state trends and bundling non-reportable stuff and how states deal with that. So that'll be part of the discussion this afternoon. Committee, remember to bring your turn in your vouchers. Also, the executive director from the Public Disclosure Commission will be here this afternoon. We'll stick to the schedule, but also give him the opportunity to answer questions as we go into our discussion phase. So make sure you make notes of those. We are going to recess for lunch until 1 o'clock and return and get started at 1 o'clock sharp. So we are in recess. Thank you very much, committee. There we go. I'm sorry, that was my fault. I didn't turn the mics back on. Once again, welcome back, committee. We are going to get started this afternoon. As I said, we've got Wade Wiebe, who is the Executive Director from the Public Disclosure Commission. He's joined us this afternoon. We'll try to squeeze him in for some questions later on today, but we'll follow the agenda as published unless we get a little break that works. We're going to start off this afternoon with a Transparency in Kansas Elections presentation by Earl Glenn. And Earl, welcome to committee.
There, okay, start over. So thanks, Chair Thompson, Vice Chair Proctor, and members of the committee for this opportunity. I'm a retired data scientist. For 4 decades, I worked on computer-related research projects in both federal and state governments, in the private sector, and in nonprofit environments. I'm here as a private citizen representing myself, but in full disclosure, I was appointed to the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission last year, when it was known as the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission. I'm not representing the commission today in any way. That would be Wade's position. I'm a 5th-generation Kansan, and I'm proud to call Kansas home. One of my biggest transparency concerns is the sometimes hidden influence of out-of-state players have on our elections. Today I'll be talking about several topics related to transparency in Kansas elections. I'm not trying to find fault or place blame for problems. Many civil servants, elected officials, legislators, and courts have shaped our election process. I'd like to stimulate discussion that might provide some additional transparency and help build public confidence in our elections. Economist Paul Krugman years ago warned us that partisans will take advantage of an insecure, unverifiable voting system to manipulate election results. I'm not sure much has changed today. Many see the election process as a black box with a number of mysterious moving parts. Citizens have a right to ask questions and ask for transparency as part of those checks and balances. We need more transparency to help build our trust in the elections. Alex Halderman is a well-known computer scientist who specializes in election hardware and software. He has offered a Securing Digital Democracy online class for a number of years. I took it 12 years ago. Halderman teaches we should use a security mindset in all aspects of the election process. He calls this rational paranoia. We too should use a security mindset in our discussions. Security should be emphasized first. Convenience should only be considered when security concerns have been addressed. Professor Halderman suggests in always asking what could go wrong in each step of the process. So voter fraud may be rarely detected, but there is always a potential for voter fraud and election fraud in most aspects of the process that we shouldn't ignore. So I'd like to speak briefly about digital transparency. A long time ago, a 2002 statewide race in Kansas was unexpectedly close. I thought the explanation for that election day surprise might be in the campaign finance records, which I had never explored. At that time, I went to the Secretary of State's office and had to pay 25 cents a page to get copies, even just to get the list of PACs cost that at that time. In 2003, the UCLA School of Law gave Kansas an F in campaign finance disclosures. Nothing was online and copies were expensive. By late 2005, the Ethics Commission started publishing PDFs of campaign reports online. There finally was some sunshine. I went from not being able to afford what I wanted to read to being overwhelmed with too many reports to study. By 2012, the Secretary of State's office introduced digital data with state campaign finance filings, and that has evolved. Clay talked about that a little bit today, and I think there's other discussion. I'll be mentioning that a little bit more too. So we're making progress in digital transparency, but the ability to analyze this data has not improved much over the years. Kansas could still do better with open records and digital transparency. So what do I mean by digital transparency? So digital transparency should be a statewide initiative broader than just elections and campaign finance. As a data person, I'm looking for data that can be searched, sorted, filtered, charted, or used in computations, and most of the data online you can't do that with. I claim we don't really have full digital transparency when data provided online is not easily usable. Fixing data for analysis can often take minutes or hours or possibly days. And I'll show some of those examples are shown in the supplement of what I submitted. Once a computer program is developed to analyze one report, It's usually very little extra work to analyze all the reports, which is what I like to do, but when you can't get the data, I just can't do that. I'd like to discuss two topics related to voter registration and voter list. Oops, I screwed up. There we go. Two topics are, the first topic is about voter list maintenance and 3 factors that contribute to the bloat in our voter files. We live in curious times. Just last month, the Department of Justice wanted Kansas voter data to inspect it for possible problems. They're there. I mean, I've found them over the years. But most of the bloat in the Kansas voter file is caused by federal laws that lack some common sense and sometimes. So instead of trying to fix the problems that are here in the Kansas voter file, the federal government needs to reform the laws they impose on the states, and we probably can solve our own problems if they'd give us more flexibility. Some county officials might pay a bit more attention to list maintenance, but ultimately much of the bloat in the system is caused by federal law. So I took a look at a voter file from September 4th of this year, and it had just roughly 2 million voters in it. I first had concerns about the lack of checks and balances around inactive voters like 25 years ago. I think more would show concern about inactive voters if we called them unknown address voters or invalid address voters. The inactive just kind of whitewashes what's going on. The chart here shows the breakdown now. Roughly 93% of our voters are active and 6.5% are inactive. But those numbers can vary a lot by county. There's one precinct near KU last year that was 80% inactive, just because the students were gone and they were there over the years. So this chart shows that we have 129,000 inactive voters in Kansas. We can't mail to them if we wanted to. We can't, and we're probably going to mail them some sort of certification letter, and it'll be bounced back. That's just a very large number. Some data that might be a little bit dated is that in a presidential election year, about 10% of inactive voters will show up. Probably for presidential, we don't know what other elections they're voting in, but as many as 10% of those inactive voters, we can't mail to them, we don't know their address, but they can still show up to vote. So that means in a 125 Kansas state rep contest, there could be as many as 100 inactive voters voting in those contests. And so when inactive voters cast ballots, we no longer know their registered address. They're disenfranchising the actual voters that live in those districts. I haven't studied this a lot. I've only studied 2 elections, but this actually happened in 2006 in Overland Park, happened to be my district. And then another one I researched over in Kansas City, Missouri, was even closer. So, but recently I've become more concerned about what I call disengaged voters. In 2002, Kansas passed, and I call it an E5 law because that's the very end of the KSA statute up there, the E5. They added this E5 law with a 5th reason that county election officials can send confirmation notice to registered voters to possibly mark them inactive. So basically this 5th reason is no election-related activity in any 4 calendar year period. I thought this new law would result in a large number of registrants being marked inactive after missing the 2024 election last year, but I was badly mistaken. So here's a flow diagram of how I envision this new E5 law might work statewide. On the left, we have what I call disengaged registrants. But disengaged is also a misleading name here. Many of these disengaged are just like inactive voters. We don't know where they are. They may not even be there. But disengaged voters on the left side here, from the 2,286,000 people have registered and have never voted. And of those, 133,000 haven't shown any activity in the last 4 years in compliance with that E5 law. On the right side, we have the actual voters. So they've actually voted in 1 or more election, according to their voter history. So if you go through those 2 million, there's 1.7 million that have voted in some election. And when you go down to looking at the ones that haven't voted in the last 4 years, the number goes down to 249,000. So if you combine the 133,000 with the 250,000, you end up with around 383,000 that are disengaged, that could be marked inactive in my mind under the new law. But that just didn't happen. I'm sorry these charts are a little hard to see. I'll do my best. So the columns in blue here, on the left side is the voters that are disengaged because they've never voted, so they're disengaged registrants. On the right, they're disengaged voters. The numbers but I'm showing by year how many had that. So, and this is the same total we had on the page. So in particular, if you look at the year 2010 here, 5,382 people registered to vote in 2010 and have never voted. And so let me give you, there's a person I can name by name, but I'm not going to name her, but there's a 40-year-old woman, let's call her AB, who's lived in Texas for perhaps 15 years. She registered to vote in 2006 in Overland Park, 2 days after her 21st birthday. AB has never voted, but has always been an active voter. How can that happen? Well, I kind of know. I used to take this little gal to school when she was in 2nd grade. So she's a friend of my daughter's. But anyway, I know that she shouldn't be on the list, but the list still shows her as active. So on the other side, the black rectangle at the upper right shows the years 1980 through 1988, so the whole decade of the 80s. We still show 86 voters that voted in the 80s that are still on the list, and they haven't done anything since the 80s. And so that's just a really long time. And I can give you one example. I can name her, I'll call her HM. She's in Sumner County, and this is actually from 2 years ago. So somebody called and said, is this person still on the list? So I looked her up. She was born in 1916, had been registered for 49 years, but last cast a ballot in 2006. So how could she still be an active, and she was still an active voter. So how can that happen? She has been removed since we've revealed her obit. So the 2 red columns here then, the number of inactives, I would have thought that would match the number of people that I identified in this category. So I'm only showing about 76,000 that I observed as inactive when I think the number should be 382,000. So I'm only off by 300,000. So in Kansas, here's my one joke, you can check out any time from Kansas, but you can't get off the voter rolls. My attempt at humor for today. So I wrote an article about this online, and I received feedback, and so I went and met with the Shawnee County election officials. And in particular, I went with maybe a dozen examples. These are hardcore people. These guys, there's just no reason they're still on the list. And the county people there were very nice, and they went through one by one, and they explained to me why they legally couldn't do what I thought they should do. So they're following the law, they're doing what they can do, and we're just kind of stuck with that. Oops, I went the wrong way, hang on. So the bottom line is open records do not reveal why voters retain an active status sometimes for decades. There should be data fields in the voter file that are open records that anybody can know why somebody's active or inactive and why, and we just don't have that. So the last vote year that I get from voter history or the registration date and no activity just isn't sufficient to identify who should be in the E5 list. So I've come up with some possibilities that somehow when you go and re-register or get a new license at the DMV, that if you're an inactive voter, somehow that process makes you active again. I can't get anybody to confirm that, but some people are speculating that. In Johnson County, I was told that school districts will send mail ballots to all voters, and then everybody gets voter history. So they do nothing, they didn't show up, but that will turn an inactive back to an active. So that gal that's 40 and has never voted, that's probably one of the reasons she's been retained as an active voter in Johnson County. And then that same voter, NCOA doesn't find her that she moved away a long time ago. She's been gone a long time, so NCOA is more flawed than you would think. So one solution here of the fix is just to add some data that might reveal what's going on. So one final look at the data. This is a little techie here, but the blue bar charts on the left are these 3 sets I just talked about, the inactive and disengaged, but there's a lot of overlap in those sets. So the black bars on the right, I've taken out the overlap, and so that really means that we're talking about 436,000 inactive or disengaged voters as a total. And so I worry about that. So why should we be concerned about this bloat in the voter files? If bad actors ever have the opportunity, perhaps a person with access or perhaps a sinister computer programmer, which I'm not, this bloat provides an easy mechanism to cast ballots in the names of others without likely detection. Removal of this excess bloat prevents potential problems by design. So you design a system so it just can't happen is better than just letting it go to luck. So with this bloat, we have a flawed voter registration system imposed on us by the federal government. One last thing here is if you compare these numbers to the U.S. Census estimates by 5-year intervals, the blue bars and the gray bars are active and inactive voters. The black lines are the census estimates. If you look in particular at the age interval 75 to 79, you'll see that that black bar is well down into the blue. I wish I had a pointer here. And so the 75 to 79 group has about 139% registered of what census says we have. So we need to be careful of vulnerable voters in retirement centers and just be aware that that's a problem. So what might we do about this? So it's unclear whether we can make any claim. The Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 of the U.S. Constitution talks about the legislature controlling the times, manner, and places of holding elections. It's unclear we could ever win that because of the second clause in there. Maybe there's some sort of equal protection right, I don't know. But I recently ran across what they're doing in Wyoming to deal with this problem. If we followed Wyoming's lead with this, we could take off about 500,000 voters, possibly even more. But there's a catch here. There's going to be some heartburn that you're not going to like one of the lines that they're going to do. So it's worthy of consideration. Okay, but if you go to the if you fail to vote in any general election, federal election, you're off. They will send you a confirmation after the election that you missed. That if you want to stay on, you can stay on from that. So they confirm afterwards, not before. But they allow same-day registration. And so that's the part that a lot of people won't probably like. And that same-day registration makes you exempt from the NVRA law, and you don't have to worry about inactive voters anymore. You can do what you want. So that's something you might want to consider if you can get by that one little line there. Okay, so the second topic was the Social Security Administration's Help America voter verification process. I'm sorry this is a messy slide. But basically, you can go to the DMV and register to vote as you're getting your driver's license. The Department of Revenue also controls the online registration that we have. You can go to a county clerk. The DMV has a database. Elvis has a database. Everybody puts data in this. Somehow, in the right circumstances, when you only enter a four-digit SSN and the DMV doesn't have your data, they have to go somewhere to do a validation on that or verification. So that goes all the way to Social Security through a nonprofit. And Social Security then weekly publishes their stats that have confused people for years, and I'm still confused by them myself. So I got to get back to this. So let's take a quick look at what the Kansas data look like from the Help America Vote Verification reports from Social Security. And so the top chart in blue, that just shows the total number of transactions. And so you can see in late 2000 or in 2021, just like Texas, seemingly the whole database went through the system. We don't know why. But it looks like they went and verified all the people in the state of Kansas based on the numbers. The next line, the red line that's on the chart, notice what happens to the red line when that blue line's going crazy. About 30% of the people, the red line shows the number of non-matches. So why, if they were processing the whole database in the state of Kansas, did 30% of them not match? Okay, and then the bottom line is showing a trend since 2020 that the number of the matched deceased, of those that are matching, how many of those are matching deceased has been trending upward. So let's look at the last 3 years. So in 2022, that spike is from the post-Dobbs primary that we had on the abortion referendum. And so that kind of makes sense. I can't make any sense about why the non-match rate in 2023 is going crazy. And my focus of this slide really is that one point for the week ending March 23rd, 2024, over half of the transactions for the state of Kansas that match something match dead people. You can do open records to the Secretary of State. You can do open records to the Department of Revenue. You can try open records on the Social Security. Nobody knows anything about this. So I am coming up with a tentative possibility that maybe people don't know about it, and maybe this is one of those algorithms. People put the data in the system, and something happens, and these HIV checks are being made, and these statistics are being made. But it still seems like there should be some explanation from somebody about what's going on here. Okay, and then this also leads, I recently, just for grins, because I do things like this as a data person, I found 8 people in the state of Kansas that didn't have first names. And so I saw this guy that had only the last name of X. So no first name, no middle name. And I go, that's got to be a typo. That's a mistake. So then I contacted the Johnson County Election Office. Everything's fine. There's no problem with that registration at all. So I still, well, and so you can kind of see that there's only room for a 4-digit SSN. He is not registered previously in Kansas, so they couldn't use that. It's just a real mystery how this guy got approved. He voted on-site the day before the election in the 2024 general. So it's okay, but it still doesn't seem quite right for some reason. Okay, so let's go on to campaign finance. So there's 3 topics I want to talk about here. The first one is about consolidating between Secretary of State and the Kansas Public Disclosure. We'll talk a little bit about funding conduits, Act Blue and Win Red, and then the new parties that showed up in Kansas. I think there should be some transparency about those. So in May of this year, I submitted comments on the Kansas Governmental Efficiency Portal that much of the campaign finance reporting was duplicated by the Kansas Secretary of State and the Ethics Commission. There have been comments today already that some of this, there's proposals to consolidate this. So the Secretary of State campaign viewer has evolved a lot since that 2012, and I hadn't really looked at it in years. All the data I wanted was already on the ethics site, but I was just kind of really amazed at how much is really there. So I think it's a great idea that we continue the evolution of this Secretary of State campaign viewer and make it a single source for the campaign finance information, which will be part of your other discussions. I do have some heartburn over that's in the supplement. So there's just some data. I want to get data that I can analyze, and I just can't always do that. So that's my main complaint about that. So then as far as Act Blue and Win Red, there's lots of things in the news about this. That really is about federal contests. It really doesn't have anything to do with Kansas contests. And at the national level, Act Blue and Win Red are federal PACs. You send your contribution to that federal PAC, and they send it on to whoever's supposed to get it. And so the same thing doesn't work with state donations, which we'll get to here in a second. So these same platforms are used for state and local candidates, but there's no reporting requirement by the state of Kansas for these conduits. So money flowing to these candidates flows in a different direction. Some of it goes through an IRS 527, and that's a total mess. You can't track anything through those 527s. And then some of it just goes directly from Act Blue to the local candidates. And so there's no reporting of that at all. So having conduits reporting Kansas, much like they do for federal elections, seems like it would be a good transparency idea. Out-of-state PACs now file what's called a verified statement. If you're an out-of-state PAC in Kansas, you have to report all your contributions from Kansas and all your funding back to Kansas, and that's all. So I'm not sure why we couldn't use something like that for Act Blue, Win Reds, and things like that. Just what money did you get from Kansas and what money came back from Kansas, and then we have some accounting that we can say, does everything make sense? Right now, we really don't have that. Okay. So conduit reports would be helpful. I need to tell, there's a definition of smurfing. Basically, it's when you steal somebody's identity and give in somebody else's name. That's commonly called smurfing. And then something that the news really misses a lot is you can make a tandem donation. A tandem donation is a person signs up and they can give $100, then $100 can go to 100 candidates, and if they check a little box, they can do that for 10 months, and all of a sudden they've made 1,000 contributions. So when somebody knocks at their door and said, how many contributions did you make, they'll say 1, when there's 100 FEC or 1,000 FEC records. And so a lot of people don't really factor that in. So that is confusing, but there's an accidental discovery that I made in March on X that there's something going on with some of the contributions in Kansas. They're kind of low dollars, but they just don't make any sense. So in March, a brilliant researcher in Utah published information online about a potential Smurf tandem with a tandem donation made by 13 contributors to 9 Kansas legislators. 3 of the 13 were from Kansas. But one of the alleged Smurf contributors from North Carolina saw his name online and had a cow. So I don't know if you can read this, but he says, I've never donated money to anybody in my life, and by the way, I've never been in Kansas. So I read that and go home that night and say, I'm really amazed how this gal in Utah figured this out, because I have the records and I didn't figure it out, but that's another story. But I did have the FEC records. So I said, did this guy, are these same contributions in the FEC records? And they were. And so I published that online as a reply, and then the next day this guy replied to my reply saying, I've still never stepped foot in Kansas, I've never donated to any candidate, but there's all these records, both on the Kansas side and the FEC side, that showed he gave these small donations in Kansas. Okay, so should Kansas shine some light on potential misuse of conduits? We need some disclosure to make that possible. Somehow, okay, so the next topic is 2 new political parties showed up last year, and I was just surprised that there's just no accounting of any kind for these, for what's going on. So these parties get to put names on the general election ballot next year, and so I want to know, how much does it cost? I'm I'm worried about these out-of-state people. If you're out of state and you want to do something in Kansas, getting another name on the ballot would be kind of a nice thing to do. So how much did it cost? Well, nobody will tell me. I mean, they aren't obligated to tell me, but both emails and public postings on X, they won't really tell me. So Kansas is cheap to buy. The Secretary of State reported last month that United Kansas, this new party, has 887 members, and No Labels has 5,657. So those two groups get to put names on our general ballots last year. Somehow, if they collected 30,000 signatures, they should have more members to be a party than the 500 or the 5,000, I would think, or 800 or 5,000. But so there is some evidence, and I'm worried about these nonprofits, that one nonprofit, there's a couple nonprofits nationally that I think are involved with this, but I just can't prove it yet. So let's look at election results. Kansas has great election night results. I'm just really impressed with what we've had for a number of years. It's really, really good. And so especially when we had that 3-day grace period, that everybody would make updates every day, and by the end of the week, you kind of had the totals. Except those weren't really the totals. You have to have the county canvassing, so you get the new totals. Well, the new totals never show up with this great interface and this great way to show the data. So I'm not sure, it's probably a cost or something that they can't do that, but it'd be great if you could archive it this way with all the very final results. So the final reports are missing a few things, and I'll just show that here on the next slide. There's something called the Wayback Machine. You can go to websites that are no longer online and see what was on them. So back in 2012, we had a general election official turnout by county that shows a lot of useful information. We showed the state and federal candidates, that breakdown by county. The first one up there on the upper right, there's something called UOCAVA, all the people that voted from out of the country, and how many provisional ballots. It would be nice to have, right now, those were published in June of this year. I don't know where you can get them in Kansas, but our election officials replied to a federal request from the Election Assistance Commission, and they published this gigantic spreadsheet. So those are online federally, but we need to have them here in Kansas. And then I guess one of the things that's going to take me days to fix is when you report through precinct results and you report them one way for 101 counties and slightly different way for each of the other 4 counties, that takes a lot of work to reconcile, and it sure would be nice if that could be reconciled at some point. Okay, last year, or 2 years ago in the last local election, there's 3 of us who tried to reconcile all the mail ballots, all the election day ballots, and so we just had a lot of frustrations on doing that. The box on the right is my analysis of by day of the advanced ballots. And all the numbers match. The number of IDs match, the number of ballots match, except when you look at the total line, the total lines don't match. So what happened? Well, they sent out 33 more ballots than there were voters. I think that should be reported on a daily basis of how that should be documented right up front, and that's not happening. So I'd like to see a separate daily accounting of ballots and voters and a separate accounting for election day results itself. In Johnson County, we're told we do advance, we do the whole election. What happened on election day, you have to subtract them out. And so I just think we should have each day and then election day by itself. And then, if it would be possible, some standardization of that voter and ballot reconciliation across all counties would be a really nice thing to have. And I guess because I'm really upset that the feds are causing us all this pain, I think we should publish how much money we have to spend to comply with their regulations on all these things that we mail out that are just returned and don't go anywhere. We really need to have them take a closer look at that. Okay, so then also on election results, there's a lot of information, especially if you're a candidate and you want to challenge your election, you have to go through a very formal Cora system to get to this data. So there's chain of custody logs, tabulator tapes. Some of this information should be available. Cast vote records are available in the state of Maryland. I'm not sure why we're a little gun shy about that, but we don't have them here. And there was a case in Johnson County I've never understood of why they denied a request to watch the video. I don't think he would have found anything, but I think that person should have been allowed to watch the video all day long if that's what he wanted to do. So now we're going to go into the last topic is nonprofits and dark money. And so, let's see. Some of this discussion really hinges on some IRS definitions, which is really outside the state, and I'm not sure to what degree we use that within the state. But are public nonprofits that are deemed to be charities or social welfare organizations under IRS code, are they blurring the line between express advocacy and issue advocacy? And I'm going to look at some particular nonprofits here. So the questions here are, should nonprofits be required to disclose contributions and expenditures before an election if they're using either the name or the image of a candidate in their ads? I think maybe we should think about that. And then also, there's some nonprofits that have the word either voter or election, or they're electioneering in what they're doing. And so maybe can those nonprofits be required to file disclosures if they exceed the limits that a PAC would be required to file with? Should I go on? So the first nonprofit here is Kansas Values Institute. On Election Day in 2022, we knew that the Kelly campaign had raised $7.8 million, and the Schmidt campaign raised $4.1 million. We knew nothing about what Kansas Values Institute had done. There was a meeting at the Dole Institute a month after the election in 2022, and Bill Lacey asked Evan Gates from KVI, how much money did you guys spend? And I was amazed she answered the question, but she put out the number $17.5 million. And so that total is more than the two candidates combined. But KVI files nothing with the state of Kansas. They file an IRS 990 tax form, and they didn't file that. I didn't get my hands on it until February of 2024. It was more than a year after the election that I was able to get my hands on it. And so the chart here shows that in 2022, it wasn't $17.5 million. They actually spent $23.4 million, so another few $1 million. And that's just a staggering amount of money that's involved in our elections. You can go, Washburn University here has a really great site called the Kansas Institute for Politics, where they've captured all these videos of all these ads that are online. I'm a bit amused that, I'm putting them in quotes, that they're labeled these things as, they labeled this as the governor race PAC ads. This wasn't a PAC at all. This was a nonprofit. And so the public, the academics think it was a PAC. Most of the society might think it's a PAC, but that's not really what's going on. So most people don't know, but KVI was also involved in the election last year. And so they don't file anything about that until maybe this month or maybe early next year. We'll find out about that. But let's just talk a little bit about what is known about what they did last year. Kind of a large PAC in the state of Kansas last year called Middle of the Road PAC. They spent more money on non-profit issue advocacy than they did express advocacy, which was kind of surprising to me. And so the almost $600,000 that went to KVI, I don't know a lot about Blue Stem. They did some stuff in Lawrence and Wichita, but I don't know what they did. But anyway, what did Kansas Values Institute do with the money they got from a Kansas PAC? So one of the things, I picked the wrong show to watch last fall, and this streaming show is Numbers from CBS. Is all about this guy that did numbers stuff, but every ad was from Kansas Values Institute. So somehow, I'm not sure how they knew I was watching, I don't know. So anyway, video streaming services like Samsung TV or Apple, they stream the stuff without any consequences. There's no reporting. If you were on normal over-the-air and regulated by the Federal Communications Commission, these ads for state wouldn't be on there, but if you did a nonprofit ad against Sharice Davids, that would have to be reported to the FCC. And so these ads at the state level are just not going anywhere. So Samsung, so anyway, I saw these ads, so there's just no reporting for these streaming services. But in addition to streaming services, there's platforms like Google, X, where's my list here, Meta, Snapchat, that they just sell ads on their platform, and sometimes you buy them through them and they put them on other platforms. But they have, you can go online and get a report. They will say, these are the number of ads we receive money for. And so I was able to document, last August, they had, it's a fairly small amount, $25,000 on 1.5 million impressions, and then in the month of September, 55,000 for 3 million impressions. And yes, Senator Thompson, your picture's right in the middle there at the bottom. Okay. So so KVI has been very active in Kansas. It just seems like they're abusing what the IRS established for a charity or even a social welfare organization. There's another national nonprofit. There's two of them called Voter Participation Center and Center for Voter Information. And in Clay's report today, he probably talked about voter participation is in a lawsuit with the state of Kansas, and it has been for some time. So back in 2022, These two groups, they work collectively, and they typically only work on congressional candidates, so it's not clear why they got involved in the Kansas gubernatorial race, really. But we know that they spent they sent out 500,000 pieces of mail, and the numbers here show that 363,000 were sent by Citizens for Voter Information right before the election. And so some of their mailings, and I have very, people don't share, I can't find everything. So I got my hands on this one, and I call it a push survey. So they make comparisons between the two candidates, yes and no, and I think one of the candidates probably wouldn't agree with how he's being characterized there. They claim right on there that we have done our best to represent each candidate in a fair and reasonable way, but I'm sure one of the candidates wouldn't agree to that. So the legislature should consider how to level the disclosure playing field when nonprofits are abusing their nonprofit status. So then one that I don't know that this has ever been reported this way, but nonprofits in the state of Kansas from nonprofit hospitals that were sold years ago turned into nonprofit foundations, and those are greatly impacting our elections today. So in 1985, Wesley Medical Center, there's some dots in between, they turned into the Kansas Health Foundation, and they started out with $200 million. United Methodist, they started out with 30, but they're a religious organization, and they don't file anything anymore, so I can't track them. In Kansas City area, Health Midwest was sold, and that turned into the Health Forward Foundation, and they started out with $400 million, and the Reach Foundation started out with $99 million. And so these healthcare foundations are attempting to build political power with almost no public disclosure of how the money is spent. And this is a tricky balance over free speech from the conversation this morning, like how much is this so that's, I guess, your decision on where you draw that line. So, and then why is targeting only a selected part of society for civic engagement worthy of a tax-exempt status when it's unequal treatment across society? And so I don't quite understand that. And the C3s, especially when they're tax-exempt, they're a charity, why can they work on projects that are to build political power? So let's go look at some examples. There's a nonprofit organization called Neo-Philanthropy. And one of their projects is called the Funders Committee for Civic Participation. So they have all these names, they're really hard to track down. So in January 2017, the Funders Committee for Civic Participation posted this diagram online, just the middle part of the diagram. And so they were showing these elements of integrated voter engagement help build long-term power for communities. So they're talking about building long-term power. This same integrated voter engagement process was successful in altering the state of Colorado, its political climate of over 10 years ago. So there are actually people that claim this has already has brought results. But is building long-term power through such a thing part of the strategy of a public charity or the strategy of a political action committee? So by July 2017, so this diagram was online in January. By July of 2017, in August, they had this video. The Kansas Health Foundation was actively seeking nonprofits to fill each one of these slots. So this is a re-summary. So they started out with different amounts of money, but so they had this integrated voter engagement project that ran from 2017 to 2024, and these three health foundations spent $8.7 million on that. And so is some reporting of voter or election money possible from these nonprofits? So here's a diagram showing some of the recipients of the money. So they're just all over the state. So one nonprofit typically giving to another nonprofit. Sometimes there's like the Rural Democracy Initiative there out in north central Kansas. That's actually a national dark money thing that's flowing into that too. So this project formally ended last year, but it's continuing under a different name now. And so all I know about them right now is Kansas Health Foundation has this building power and equity partnership, and they're using some of the same vendors they used before on the other project. And then Health Forward is actually starting something up, and they've put out the first grants on that. So my conclusions here are, our elections transparency need improvement to improve public confidence in the election process. We need digital transparency everywhere possible in state and local government. The huge register vote bloat must be addressed by Congress, or the state should take some action about that. I just don't, this has been going on forever, and it's just not right to have that bloat on the files. Congress and the state must force transparency and accountability on the Social Security Help America vote verification process. We need transparency, possibly investigation on fundraising conduits sending money to state and local candidates. We need transparency before Election Day from nonprofits involved in the election process, especially those when they appear to be abusing the issue advocacy feature they have. And all nonprofit tax-exempt charities perhaps should be prohibited from registering voters unless they focus on all of society. They shouldn't just pick on groups that have the voters they want to target, but they don't have the labels on them necessarily. So anyway, that's there's a supplement, but I'll stand for questions then.
Thank you, Earl. A lot of ground covered there. Committee.
I made it in my estimated time.
No, you did a great job. I appreciate that very much. Representative Simmons?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a serious concern with, frankly, the entire presentation. This felt like an incredibly partisan presentation given during what should be a constructive and transparent committee hearing with integrity. I mean, we have a $2 billion Koch-funded 501c3 in Kansas, significantly more funded than any Democratic organization or a democratically aligned organization. And I find it not factually appropriate to have only focused on the left. I also looked at your resume and I see that your data science background is in the medical field, which is distinctly different from political science. And while I'm sure you have a lot to contribute in the medical field, political science is a distinctly separate field of work. Again, compounded by the fact that there appears to be no formal peer review. And I think if we're going to be taking away voter rights, it should be peer reviewed. Thank you.
I'll let you respond to that.
First of all the nonprofits I talked about are nonpartisan nonprofits. So how could I be partisan if I'm talking about nonpartisan nonprofits?
If I may, I said democratically aligned, which is how you articulated them. Is it not?
They're left-leaning. That's how you say, that's how you do.
No, sir, they are distinctly nonpartisan. There, I saw the ACLU. How many times?
Let's
I find it insulting to the intellect of this committee to pretend like this is a fair analysis of the state of affairs.
But if you'll let him respond, please. Thank you.
Just challenge me on my facts.
Sir, the peer review process would do that if you would go through it.
Does every presenter have to go through a peer review process before they get here?
When people come and pretend that they are experts in the field of election integrity, they often do bring peer-reviewed research.
I have published papers in the medical world. I have a nuclear engineering degree. I have a computer science degree.
And it is not political science.
That disqualifies me for having political comment.
As an expert in a court of law, that is exactly what they would say. Yes, sir.
How about the computer part of it? Master's degree in computer science doesn't have anything to do with computers? Political science people don't know about how.
Sir, I'm a political scientist.
So how much computer background do you have?
I'm insulted by this exchange, and I'm insulted that there's not a recognition. I do not appreciate
Representative,
you
let's move
laughing at
on.
me.
Let's move on. You're just using this as an opportunity to attack.
No, I think if we're going to be making changes to the law around campaign transparency and integrity in our elections, that we need to have fair, accurate, factual discussions. And this is not, that's not it.
Let's move on. Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to all those credentials that you just cited, are you not also a commissioner on the Public Disclosure Commission that oversees campaign finance?
I think I disclosed that.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I used to go to ethics commission meetings as a hobby back 15 years ago. I went for almost 5 years. I couldn't have learned anything about campaign finance during those 5 years that I attended all those meetings.
I've got some questions, if I could. I agree with you. So on the topic of smurfing that you talked about, and you gave us an example, which is one of the people who contacted me saying that they did not donate to that candidate, yet they're listed as a donor through Act Blue to Kansas candidates. A lot of the donations that are on campaign finance reports through this electronic donation platform, the amounts fall below the threshold and cannot, and so are not reported. Is that data, there is a question in there, is that data accessible anywhere right now where you could do data analytics and see who is given those donations, or is it completely opaque to us right now?
On the state level, it's totally opaque. On the federal level, it's totally open. You can see every dollar that goes through ActBlue on the federal level.
Yeah.
You can't see anything on the state level.
And so, I mean, would you agree that it's a concern with transparency that you, as a commissioner on the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission, have no way to see, even as one of the other conferees talked about in the investigative process, digging in to see if there's been any impropriety, you have no way to access who is giving these small donor donations that add up to thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars?
And to be fair, those small donations don't have to be reported under those limits. I'm surprised a lot of them do, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. But there's no way to get to those numbers if they didn't report them.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, if I could, and then I'll give up the mic, precariously give up the mic. I may not get it back. So you talked about on these kind of the vulnerability with the bill that we passed a few years ago, and it was actually my bill, that if there's no election activity for a certain number of years, it triggers sending a verification. If that comes back indeliverable or doesn't come back, you can take them off the voter rolls after a period of time. So I think I heard you say that these school board elections for bond issues and all of that could be triggering election activity so that we're never able to trigger that law. Is that what you said?
In Johnson County, I only know, in Johnson County, Commissioner Sherman told me that.
Okay. So I promise this is it for now. So is that a function of Elvis, the current registration software, or is that something that consciously the election commissioner is doing in Johnson County?
No, I believe it is. I had another conversation with Commissioner Sherman, and he said instead of talking about transparency, maybe we should talk about sophistication. He doesn't think Elvis, being the 20-year-old system, can do some of the things they want easily. Maybe there's a way to do it and jerry-rig it, but it's a problem they have. So he may want to do it a particular way, but for whatever reason, they have to do it that way now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Earl, for being here. I've known you for years. I just am so impressed. You know, I'm in IT also, and you are somebody that knows the data, studied the data. You've been studying voter data since before it was even an item in Kansas. So I really appreciate your presentation, too, and to cover it as quickly as you did. And all of your suggestions for legislation, because these suggestions that you have made would apply to everyone. Isn't that correct?
In general, I mean, it depends on which one.
Yeah, well, the accuracy and the exposure of the data, and the nonprofits, it would apply to all groups. So you're not picking and choosing. If I may, Mr. Chairman, you did make a statement that, in fact, I think it would lean one-way partisan on same-day voter registration. There was legislation that would have allowed that in Kansas. In fact, the vice chair, it was his bill, and it never had a hearing in committee. However, it did show up in a conference committee report, and it got shut down. So it's interesting that you would bring that up, because I think that would be a very hefty debate for the legislators to decide whether we allow same-day voting. Are there any other states that you would model after besides Wyoming?
Wyoming's the only one that I know about that. There are about 10 states that are exempt from NVRA for a variety of reasons. I never really summarized those reasons, so that HABV reporting really is only for 40 of the states right now.
Great. It might be something we need to look into. Thank you again, Earl, for all your work for Kansas.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. You specifically mentioned an area around the University of Kansas.
Yeah,
And I, in fact,
You live there?
I used to work at the polls and was always able to take my Scrabble board and books to read because we worked in the precinct that had Corbin GSP. So you could look through those files. We had a big book, but many of those individuals had voted in a presidential election, probably the year that they were there, and then did not come back. Exactly. So I agree that it would be great to do something about voter bloat, and it would be helpful to candidates and individuals who want to contact people to have a better record. So I'm very interested, in fact, I had a little conversation briefly after the break, to say, here's the problem. I was going to bring it up this morning, but if you're an individual who lived in a campus residence hall and signed up to vote, and then later moved somewhere else in Douglas County because they'd like to stay, or in Lawrence, then you wouldn't be on the registration list if we took everybody off who had moved out of that address. So this same-day registration would be the thing that could solve that problem.
I just think, I'm looking at getting 500,000 people off the list that probably aren't there. The vast majority of those people aren't there, so why are they on the list? I'm just looking for a solution. I'm not sure I can sell it.
But in fact, I think one of the concerns has been if you have voted before if you're registered to vote and have voted before in the county, you can do a provisional ballot. So that's one of the reasons they're kept on. So this same-day registration is very appealing because that would be an opportunity to say, several of these are state institutions. They could report to the state, these people have moved out of this residence hall.
Both KU and K-State, and even some of the community colleges, there's vast numbers of people that aren't there anymore. Jamie Hsu in Lawrence is doing a good job, but he knocked that number down that I reported, but it's a lot lower now, but it's a problem for him.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question about the mail-in ballots on, it's page 38 in the handout.
I closed it.
But it was the one about where you titled it, Need for Better Transparency Election Results, and you were talking about 33 more ballots were sent out than voters. So that often happens because people just...
They forget and they request.
Yeah, that's right.
The same person do it through...
Right. So I guess my question is, why do you find that to be an important issue? I mean, it just happens.
It just happens, but it should be documented somewhere.
So your issue is we don't have a record of county?
It should be an ongoing record of this is what happened.
Okay, you just want the documentation, you're not...
Documentation, so there's no surprises. People come in with all sorts of stories of this happened, that happened. When you have the documentation, you can prevent those problems if you just document it. I'm just trying to prevent...
Unless the problem is forgetfulness.
Well, I get that. I get that in just the talk today. So.
All right, thank you.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the other thing that I thought was fascinating about your testimony was about KBI and express advocacy. So I was under the impression that if a nonprofit is engaged in express advocacy, that has to be done under a PAC because you're engaged in, advocating for or against voting for a candidate, and that triggers reporting. Is there what is wrong in the law that they're able to do that without reporting?
Well, there's those magic words. Primarily voted for or voted against are two of the magic words. There's a statute somewhere that have some other magic words. If they avoid those words, they're okay as a nonprofit.
And then I'd like you to also talk about, because we did some legislation last year to ban foreign money from, that we talked about a little bit earlier in the hearing, to ban foreign money from advocacy for or against constitutional amendments. What impact does express advocacy for or against constitutional amendments have secondarily on candidate campaigns when candidates are on the same ballot? How could the activities that they're doing to support or oppose a constitutional amendment then impact a candidate on that ballot?
They could affect turnout. They can use issue advocacy for turnout of a particular, like a constitutional amendment issue. And actually, our transparency laws on that were really pretty good last year. There's a dark money group that had to disclose on that, and I found out about a year earlier than I would have otherwise. So our disclosure laws for that, we're working for the constitutional amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have time for just one quick question. Representative Haskins, I'm sorry. I can get you. I'll go two. I'll go two questions. Representative Wagner?
Yeah, sure. No, excellent presentation, Mr. Glenn. We're really fascinating, tracking with a lot of what you said. My question is the question on voter roll maintenance. I think you said that part of the problem is that we're somewhat hamstrung by some of the federal rules that kind of maybe don't quite make sense. But my direct question is, on the voter bloat, where you had the U.S. Census comparison, you broke it down by age groups, which is very insightful, where you started to show that, the number of Kansas citizens is less than the number of registered voters in certain age groups. I guess my question would be, so do you have amongst that group or with your engaged and unengaged voter, your two people who had not voted in the last, two general elections or three general elections, what percent of those people, or do you have any examples or any sort of numeric example of like how many people sort of magically voted, they haven't voted in 20 years and then all of a sudden they do vote? Do you have some numbers on that?
I do not, but that's something I've been going to do. I really want to profile voters. These are extremely unlikely voters, and did they vote? I have not done that analysis.
Okay. All right.
I need to do that.
And Representative Haskins.
The problem with that is when you find something, what does it mean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. And just so you note, I apologize because you were right at 38 minutes. And so it was not a death by PowerPoint. And I did time you on that just because. So I do want to follow up because my chair of the House Election Vice Chair here, are you here on the capacity as a private citizen, or are you also representing KBDC as a commissioner?
No, my initial comments were I'm here as a private citizen. I don't represent the Public Disclosure Commission at all in this at this hearing.
And thank you. And I want to circle back just something to my colleague said, and I just kind of want to remind the group that we kind of ventured into impugning on what her motivations were. And I would recommend that we avoid that. But in reference to the answer, you said, how can I be biased if I'm using nonpartisan data? Did I hear that right? Because she was asking that the reports were biased.
The nonprofits I talked about are all nonpartisan nonprofits.
Okay, and that's true. But how do you factor in ideological bias then with your review of your data? Or bias in general?
I am a center-right person.
Sorry?
I'm a conservative center-right person.
Okay. And so that's where, so the 501c3 by law has to be nonpartisan.
It has to be.
That's IRS. I just looked it up.
It's a charity.
Right. So they have to be nonpartisan.
C3 and C4s have to be nonpartisan.
That is correct. So the Kansas Policy Institute, reviewing your blog, I don't see any data on the Kansas Policy Institute, and that would be a nice comparison to the ones that are, leaning more Democrat. Do you have anything on the Kansas Policy Institute?
I typically wouldn't cite.
They don't support? No. Go ahead.
I typically would not cite the Kansas Policy Institute. I'll go to the original sources. So when I do educational studies, KPIs and all sorts of things on educational data, I want to get to the original source that has the best data provenance. So I'm going to use the Department of Education. So there's always sources of KPI is not the original source. I go to original sources.
Okay, and that's fine. And last question, do you have any GOP-leaning nonprofits that do some sort of in-kind donations or any support, any data for that? Anything to report on?
Me personally?
Yeah, just in your research that I could review.
Ask the question again.
Well, it's obviously the ones that you selected supported the democratic process or the Democrat ideology. I'm just curious, in your blog or any findings that you have had that are related to GOP-leaning nonprofits?
I probably don't currently, but I have in the past.
Okay, thank you very much.
One quick Senator Tyson, then we'll go to our break.
Thank you. I know we're about out of time, Mr. Chairman, so I'm going to ask, hopefully, that Earl can come back during session, because there's one item that he wasn't able to cover that he has exposed to me, and that is actually data in my Senate district. It's supposed to be voters in the 12th district, and it is in a different Senate district. So he has found stuff that is completely nonpartisan that does impact all of us, and I would ask.
After redistricting, 2 counties did not report the right state Senate districts in the voter files. And currently, Osage County, for 2 years now, there's 1 precinct. They don't have congressional districts assigned. They don't have county commissioners assigned. They don't have school district assigned. I keep telling them, but it is what it is.
We could probably discuss this for hours, but we do have to keep on time. Earl, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, everyone, for the questions. Our next presenter is rushing over from court, so we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break, be back at 2:13 and resume, and hopefully he'll be here by then. If not, we'll maybe open to questions for Wade Wiebe, and we'll see. So we'll be in recess for the next 10 minutes till 2:13. Thank you. Welcome back. Back out of recess here. And up next, we have Josh Nye, who's a partner with KN Law Group, and he's going to give us a kind of a 30,000-foot view of the path ahead, sort of a general overview of what we've done in the past, or basically what he sees as suggestions going forward. And Josh, welcome up to the committee. And by the way, Josh was in court just not long ago, so he's really been hustling today.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know most people in this building probably associate with me with something like a libertarian civil rights attorney, but I do enforce the law in other jurisdictions as well. So I was coming from municipal court today as prosecutor, but I'm glad to stand here before you today, just I think for the first time in 4 years, not testifying under duress. We had quite the run there in terms of cases and disagreements regarding previous laws and interpretations of laws. I prepared a presentation today. I won't belabor what you've done in the past, but I do think that the conversations in 2023 and in 2025 inform where you're at today. So in my testimony, written testimony, I've got it structured in 3 parts, which is where we've been, where we are today, and where I think we could go. But it is refreshing to appear before you because I think that this is a perennial discussion. I've said this in committees before on these matters, that just like Cora and Coma, when you're talking about transparency in government and even First Amendment conduct, regulating First Amendment conduct, I really think that this isn't a one-and-done deal, that you pass a bunch of laws in the 1970s on the heels of Watergate, and then you just leave them. Because the courts continue to evolve, jurisprudence regarding First Amendment of what you as legislature can and can't do with respect to regulating core political activity continues to evolve. So I commend you for calling this special session because Kansas continues to see novel issues pop up. And so my testimony today, I do want to recap two specific things. First is, I'm sure maybe you've heard today the House substitute for Senate Bill 208 that was passed in 2023, and then last year there were several bills that were passed, might have been bundled, I can't remember, regarding updates to definitions that were deemed unconstitutional by one federal court and one state court. So with that, if I could project my got it. Well, how do I do this? Can you just mirror? Where? That one? You can just mirror that one. Okay. Well, how about this? Can you see that?
I think so.
Okay, I'll keep going. So I do want to just lead with the end, so to speak, and say that my recommendations today are going to be for you to consider some, not all, of the provisions in Senate Bill 279 that's currently pending in, I believe, the Senate, Fed, and State. I wanted to go over some of those. I think that's kind of a wrap-up of some of the ideas that have been around in the past few years of that I think deserve deliberative discussions on. Second is, I think you might have heard from another organization today that's talked about Senate Bill 286 regarding updating the definition of lobbying to more precisely target compensated advocacy. Our current lobbying statutes they include a lot of conduct that is not currently being enforced, but there is some shell shock as an attorney defending against certain allegations regarding previously unenforced interpretations that we want to make sure that the laws precisely define exactly what you're trying to regulate and nothing more. And then finally, there's this phenomenon regarding what happened in our litigation regarding the giving in the name of another case, and ultimately the which was ruled unconstitutional, at least the interpretation was ruled unconstitutional by Shawnee County District Court last year. Yes, last year. And that had to do with subpoenas. And in that case, the legislature decided to apply the anti-SLAPP law, which we can talk more about, to subpoenas issued by, under the Campaign Finance Act by the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission, now the KPDC. And so I want to discuss that as that's not unique. That phenomenon of chilling First Amendment speech is not unique to campaign finance enforcement. So with that, I'll start with what you did last year. You probably heard you updated the cooperation and consent language. That was not subject to a court case, but it finally included some of the recommendations of the 2023 interim committee that would include the federal safe harbors to allow practitioners like myself, or at least my clients and myself when advising them on what information can be shared among whom and what can't, to prevent coordination. There's been longstanding safe harbors, including a joint vendor or common vendor, other firewall type techniques that we can put in place to make sure that material information is not going from a candidate to a PAC. But Kansas is a small market. There's only so many political consultants that you guys can hire to help run your campaigns, and et cetera. And so including that was a much needed update. Mirroring the federal law, you did update the PAC definition and the non-PAC disclosure requirements. That's an important distinction. Just because something isn't a PAC doesn't mean that they don't have to disclose certain things when they engage in express advocacy and independent expenditures. The whole question, though, at least in the Fresh Vision case, was whether one mailer can make an entire organization a PAC to open up everything to governmental scrutiny rather than just the disclosures on the mailer. So you do have a joint regulation on that as far as updating what needs to be included on those reports, depending on what type of organization is sending the mailer. But by updating that, you brought your law into conformity with constitutional requirements, at least as determined by Judge Crabtree in that federal case that struck that law down. You updated the giving in the name of another statute to conform to constitutional requirements. Your current law now more precisely describes what you're regulating as a specific intent to keep your name off of a report. That aligns with the previous case law from the 90s that Judge Watson cited in her opinion, that what we're really trying to do is accomplish transparency and not a prohibition on that. I've said this before and I'll continue to say it. If you want to regulate earmarking, you need to do that specifically and come up with a definition, and so we know how to advise our clients. You updated contribution limits for statewide and local campaigns and party committees to address constitutional concerns. I think, at least in the House, if not the Senate side too, you received extensive research regarding the Alaska case that went up and down on appellate circuits last session regarding if you get too low, it's restricting speech to an unconstitutional level. So by at least raising that, I think you doubled it in most cases. I think are on much better footing on not having a challenge. I do still think that you should consider some sort of inflation adjustment, do your successors in office a favor by not having this hidden frozen statute or a monetary amount there that everyone forgets about until you get sued. So that's what an inflation adjusted contribution limits would do, is it would make sure you kind of keep track with that so that you don't dip below that constitutional threshold. Finally, you change the name of the commission. This was a recommendation that I had and others regarding when you all are late or your treasurer's late on filing by 3 days. If it gets reported in the paper, it's an ethics violation. There are a lot of things that are technical that appear before the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission that are just not unethical. They're just routine type of filing errors, et cetera. But many times the public and the media can't make that distinction. I'm not sure that this will solve it completely, but at least goes a long way to re-articulating that the purpose of this administrative agency in regulating on a limited basis First Amendment conduct is transparency and not prohibition. It doesn't start out wanting to prohibit political activity. It starts out wanting to bring transparency to prevent corruption and quid pro quo activity. I'll fly through these just so you know. In 2023, you applied the Campaign Finance Act, at least actions in district court that would seek a subpoena, to enforce a subpoena to the Anti-SLAPP Act. I thought that was especially appropriate for this particular agency because, again, it's the only agency that solely regulates First Amendment conduct. So in every case that you have an agency looking for information, or frankly, a private individual who's filed a complaint, and under the Campaign Finance Act, someone can be the complainant without the executive director or someone else at the commission being the complainant. They can file it separately and lodge a complaint and litigate it prosecute that case basically as a private individual all the way through. And so when those cases get filed or are being investigated, when you have these broad swath subpoenas that are seeking every text in your phone as a legislator or as a political actor during a certain date with respect to all of your political associates, that is by definition chilling on First Amendment conduct. It deters us from sending those messages if we know that our political adversaries or the government can achieve those through subpoena and not through search warrant. And so by applying that, you at least give a threshold review, and we can talk about this a little bit more about what the Anti-SLAPP Act does, but it simply provides a threshold review at the beginning of a case before a motion to dismiss or an answer is required to say that you have to meet two prongs. First, this implicates my First Amendment rights, right to association, right to petition the government, or right to free speech. After that, the person seeking the court action or seeking to enforce a subpoena then has to prove that they have a prima facie case. And that just means on the four corners of the document, is there an allegation that meets the legal standards? And in our giving in the name of another case where we were in front of Judge Watson, she determined that the attempt to apply that law in a certain way was unconstitutional, and therefore had no legal basis and could not survive threshold review. Cases, if they're in front of the Anti-SLAPP Act, they're going to be a lot more having to do with the breadth of a subpoena rather than the underlying law in which they're issued in. But as we talk later on the Anti-SLAPP Act, by throwing out this fishing expedition subpoena just as a dragnet, even if I'm a private litigant, in a way that implicates someone else's First Amendment rights, by drawing that overbroad subpoena, that would then be subject to threshold review, including whether the subpoena is overbroad. If I have to spend $10,000 to $20,000 to defend against an overbroad subpoena just to articulate my First Amendment rights and say, no, you can have this, but not all of that, those attorney's fees should at least be an issue in terms of the duty of the person seeking information that's protected by First Amendment privilege to narrowly tailor their subpoenas. So that was a long explanation, but it is related to my final recommendation. We shored up applying this Rules of Civil Procedure, Administrative Procedure Act, and the Judicial Review Act to the Campaign Finance Code. If we have to appeal from an action of the commission, we, for the first time, created a 5-year statute of limitations for those. I would recommend that if that doesn't exist for other agencies, at some point there needs to be a statute of limitations on all administrative actions in Kansas, not just the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission. Some of these other things were a little wonky on some things that the commission had done within the past 5 years regarding having to waive civil rights to have a case dismissed. And it requires the commission to adopt rules and regulations regarding recusal. They have done that. I commend them for that. It provided for the first time a definition of agent, even though the Campaign Finance Code used the term agent. We defined it finally so that your third cousin can't be brought up on charges just because they know you. We are bringing it a lot closer to the fiduciary roles the agent play under law. There's been some reporting on this, and I've even seen it pop up that we've somehow defunded the agency by removing the fine authority. We didn't remove this fine authority. We kept the fine authority, but the fines now go into the state general fund, and they don't go into the fee fund. As a prosecutor, I think it's repulsive that anybody with discretionary authority to levy an administrative fine should be able to profit from that. So in the same way, I think diversion funds for county attorneys and district attorneys should never be directly accessible for spending by county attorneys and district attorneys. I think that should go into the county general fund, and then you go to the county commissioners and ask for a budget, and you spend that budget. Similarly, this exists across your statutes as far as administrative agencies that have the ability to levy penalties or fines, not fees, but fines, and then spend that money. There's a perverse profit motive for ramping that up if someone could then go around and send out name and likeness type things for your agency by the agency head. It also, but what we did is we added a tier of PACs that pay more if you're going to raise, I think, more than $10,000 or something like that. Pay more of a filing fee to backstop that. I worked with former Executive Director Skovland on that proposal that the goal is not to defund the agency. The goal is to get the right types of funds into the budget through the fee fund, not discretionary fine funds. And so I think that the budget is still on good standing, but you can ask the new Executive Director that. Provided a safe harbor for you all. Some of you may have gotten letters in the past or maybe even complaints in the past regarding an inadvertent solicitation during session. We provided a bright line rule that you can provide a disclaimer that's right in the statute to say that this is not intended during session to go to any lobbyists or corporations or anything else. It's just intended to go to individuals. So hopefully that freed you all up to have some peace of mind at night. We updated permissible use of campaign funds to codify long-standing recognitions, but they weren't in law, including, thankfully, payment of legal fees to defend yourself in front of the commission. Section 6, we made it easier for the commission to issue a subpoena. We lowered the threshold from 3/4 to 2/3, making it the same as the amount that you need to have to find probable cause on a complaint. And we removed the requirement in current law that all commissioners be in the same physical location. That was somewhat onerous and outdated. They can meet by Zoom to issue a subpoena. But at the same time, we required court supervision of attempts to serve administrative subpoenas. If someone is not subject to subpoena, can't be held to contempt of court for simply not sending information regarding administrative subpoena that has to go through a judge. That was the case in our case, and our judge found that the underlying theory was unconstitutional. That's exactly what that's for. Just to remind you, we didn't know that at the time that you passed this. We just wanted a fair shot across the street. We wanted a fair shot in front of a judge to say, this is unconstitutional, And sure enough, it was. More due process provisions, I can make these slides available. Formal hearing procedure, we did bring OAH into the mix where the respondent can actually request OAH be the hearing officer for evidence, et cetera. We applied the confidentiality statute regarding agency records just to the commission because of some First Amendment concerns with regards to confidentiality. If you're being prosecuted or investigated, it should not be a separate crime to talk about it. And that's what it seemed to say previously. And finally, remedies. I think I said this in 2023, but I had a previous case where there were 47 counts for individual checks, $10, $15, $100 that were just stacked. And the code made it possible for the exposure to be $470,000 for those just because they stacked separate acts. We said that for any one case, you can only have triple the amount of fine. And 3 counts is what you get, basically. Again, transfer of fines discretionarily imposed by the commission to the SGF, and the compromise that there was higher PAC fees in Section 3, and that there were automatic civil penalties from late fees still transferred to the fee fund. And like I said, it removes the profit motive, at least the appearance of a profit motive in that. Some weird, again, wonky stuff where people got community service for major issues. I won't say major violations because that's for the commission to determine, but major issues, and they were awarded or ordered to community service as an alternative to a fine. This just provides a little bit more of a predictable, everybody gets treated the same. Cease and desist order proceedings, we just mirrored some other provisions in that to require or allow for OAH as well in those proceedings as well. Okay, so where are we today? Senate Bill 279 is kind of the catch-all of all my ideas, all of the ideas that have kind of been floating around for the last 3 or 4 years that have yet to be adopted. And so I want to go through these quickly. The first, I think you've heard maybe today from another conferee that adopting a rule of lenity in the context of constitutional rights. This is the only agency that solely regulates First Amendment conduct, that when there's doubt, there should be kind of a presumption of free speech or a presumption of free association, not a presumption of guiltiness. So it puts the onus back on you to make sure you're writing clear laws on a regular basis. Qualifications for commissioners. At the end of the day, I don't care how you do it. I just want you to know what currently exists. There's a lot of look back and lifetime bans on who can serve on the commission in your statute currently. I think that there are valid reasons for that, that you don't want someone, it's similar to a ban on someone lobbying within 2 years of being a legislator or something like that. So there may be reasons to adopt some of those. The problem is the way that you've got it right now almost guarantees that every commissioner has no experience or direct experience in the political process, or at least as someone who has served or something like that. So my suggestion is to at least take a look at having concurrent disqualifications, that you can't be a PAC chair, you can't be a treasurer for campaign, you can't have elected office. I couldn't serve today, and I couldn't serve for several years. As a commissioner, that's just fine because I'm a elected county attorney, but do you really want to make it that stringent so that you don't have expertise in forming the commission? Section 6, creating a much-needed media or unpaid internet communication exemption. This exists in other jurisdictions. I think you've heard testimony regarding that. Eliminating the double filing requirement with the Secretary of State and local candidate reports. Section 8, again, do you want the treasurer to have to be on there or just the name of the organization if the name of the organization is already public record? If someone can go look it up, find the treasurer, find the principals, is that, because that just takes more space on First Amendment conduct in the mailers. Section 10, somebody can challenge me on this, but it just does not make sense to me that you would have a ban on running for public office if you owe the commission $200. That's the current law. I'll give you 6 months before we consider a lawsuit on that, but it doesn't make sense to me. There are they can hire collection attorneys. There's one right across the street from the commission to get that money through a court order or something like that, collection, garnishment, whatever they need to do. I just think it's a little draconian to ban them from running for public office too. So eliminating that ban, and finally clarifying that advisory opinions are only issued upon request of a person, not upon the commission's own initiative. If the commission wants to clarify broad statutory language, it can do so through normal rule and reg procedure, which you've allowed them. Rules and regs allow for comment from practitioners like myself, from the public, from organizations to say, we want to make sure you get this right if it's going to be binding. Whereas if the commission just says, we want to create an interpretation of this law through an advisory opinion, it seems like they can do that through the rule and reg authority, which is far more transparent. Excuse me. Finally, the anti-SLAPP law, I'll end with this. It already exists that you've added governmental ethics or public disclosure commission subpoenas to the anti-SLAPP law by applying that in Chapter 5 to reference Chapter 60. However, I've represented at least 4, maybe 5 different persons and organizations over the last several years wherein they have received subpoenas from their political adversaries in a correlated case where they asked for the same dragnet amount of information. Every communication you've had with any legislator, any person, lobbyist regarding this broad policy issue. And again, I think that has the potential for abuse of the judicial process in ways that there aren't a lot of cheap ways to defend your First Amendment privilege. Currently, without this, subpoenas in the normal judicial process being subject to the anti-SLAPP law, which it's not said one way or the other. I think they're clearly covered currently, but there are some judges that have disagreed, that may disagree regarding that, whether a subpoena or an action to enforce a subpoena is actually a claim under the law. And so again, when you have a subpoena that asks for your First Amendment communications in this building or related to the political process or to your political associates or even to lobbying the government, that clearly implicates your First Amendment rights. So that second prong of putting the onus on the person seeking the subpoena to A, make sure it's validly issued, and B, to make sure it's narrowly tailored to relevant information, I think should be clearly defined by the legislature to remove all doubt. Because if you do receive this, say there's one phrase or one period of communications related to, directly relevant to one of the claims in the case in the subpoena, but you've got all of this other stuff that you've got to defend against, again, paying $10,000 to $20,000, if not more, to say, yeah, I'll give you this, but all of this is unreasonable and chills my speech. There's no mechanism for recovering, no direct mechanism for recovering those attorney's fees. So by providing it in the anti-SLAPP law, ultimately you would, defining that any action seeking compliance with or enforcement of a subpoena shall be considered a claim under this act, you're at least providing the potential for attorney's fees if they don't get it right on narrowly tailoring that subpoena. Last thing I'd say is this is not a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian or independent or a I don't care about politics issue. This is an issue that anyone can abuse the judicial process. What's good for the goose is good for the gander in terms of abusing it, and I think that this would set the tone that this, at least in Kansas, when you're accessing the courts and you're asking the government to intervene in your private dispute, that you can't abuse people's First Amendment rights without at least making a prima facie case. So that would be an amendment to Chapter 60 to just clearly define that. There's different ways to do that. I haven't worked with a revisor on that yet, but I'd ask you to consider that as well. Thank you for listening to my long-winded presentation. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Josh. And also, if we can get those slides to Jillian or Angela, and we can email them to the committee. Committee questions? Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So your recommendations on lobbying and better defining lobbying, something that's kind of a conversation that's going on outside this building that might make its way into the building is about kind of a state analog to FARA to identify people who are lobbying on behalf of foreign adversaries in state government. How would this in any way impact that? Is there something that we need to be careful that we do so that we don't preclude that in the future?
I'm approaching it from what is lobbying and what's a lobbyist. Once you define that, you can regulate within the bounds of the Constitution. I think you had at least an initial challenge, I assume it's still on appeal, regarding the disclosures of and the prohibition on foreign contributions. But in the same way, those same principles are going to be to apply as far as whether you can regulate that. My concern is that in the same way that you've got the proverbial farmer in the field, where the current lobbying statutes seem to apply to someone paying $1,000 for a billboard to say no windmills or yes windmills or whatever it is, when you engage in issue advocacy and spend money on that, the current definition seems to make you a lobbyist. Now, it hasn't been enforced that way, but again, I think it's important that you decide what you want to regulate. Once you've decided what you want to regulate, which my instinct is compensated, persons who are compensated to advocate, or people that are spending money directly on you all and through gifts, meals, whatever they can do under the lobbying statutes, that's where you want to regulate it, because the whole purpose of regulating lobbying is to prevent you all from being bought off. Corruption, quid pro quo. We don't care about the farmer who has views on windmills. I don't think we do. And so in the same way, if I have my friend over from Germany or from Brazil or someone, and we're talking, and I throw a soiree or a cocktail party, and I've spent $1,000 to have everyone over so I can just bloviate on my public policy issues, I don't think you're trying to regulate me or my friend who's a foreign national from talking about issues or even spending money to engage in those issues. I think when the closer it gets to this building and to the people that actually have governmental power or legislative power, that's when you start regulating. I think it's a conversation to tee up for your committees this session and get it right.
The other issue that I wanted to ask you about is this conversation that we've been having about express advocacy and nonprofits, and how there's kind of a loophole you could drive a Mack truck through as long as you don't say one of those golden words. And I know we've had conversations about this before in the House Elections Committee. Where do you think we should draw a line? Do you think that we should be more robust in what constitutes express advocacy, or do you think we should keep it narrowly tailored the way it is now?
I think you should keep it narrowly tailored the way it is now for the following reason. The alternative is a no other reasonable interpretation test. And that exists at the federal level, but it's not enforced at the federal level. And so I am very leery of giving kind of this discretion of what is express advocacy. September 30th, it's not express advocacy. October 1st, it is. And I think your current definition derives from the court case in the 1990s in federal district court here that said, no, we're just going to use the standards, blanking on the Buckley standards, Buckley-Vallejo, and to say that these particular support, vote for, et cetera, need to be regulated. If you expand it, again, I think that you're going to be facing a lot of attempts to regulate a lot of 501c4 activities. I'm open to the conversation, at least for purposes of if there's any incremental way to do it. But the reality is that as much as you guys hate, and I hate those mailers that come out that say everything except for vote for or vote against when it's about me. Again, you have to remember you're regulating free speech. And if someone is limiting their speech to issues and not to directly engaging in electioneering, I'd say be careful, because you may have to increase the funding for the public disclosure. And I just philosophically, at some point you should be able to have a conversation about policy issues. And whatever you do, have a bright line rule. Don't leave it up to the eye of the beholder across the street.
And my concern, though, is we've created this whole other class of political actor that is doing everything right up to the line that a candidate, a PAC, or a political party is doing, yet they're completely exempt from all of the laws we put in place. And, I love that, the testimony we had, the free speech kind of discussion we had this morning, because the reason that we have these laws is to kind of, I don't know, avoid the appearance of, money being dumped on a candidate in order to influence their decisions when they're in office. And if you dump millions of dollars into a nonprofit to help somebody get elected, you're probably expecting something from them. That's my perception, I guess.
Yeah, you didn't invent this distinction between issue advocacy and express advocacy. It exists in the tax code as well. And so when someone like me does planning, for a sophisticated organization, I think if they have a variety of things they want to accomplish, having a C3, a C4, and a PAC, and ne'er the twain shall meet as far as what you use each portion of money for, is the best way that you can know that you're on the right side of the law. Whether you want to blend PAC and C4 is up to you. I just think that there may be a lot more potential for arbitrary enforcement because there's just simply not the resources to enforce against C4s on a no other reasonable interpretation test.
And for my ranking minority member, I'm not talking about any particular nonprofit or any particular party. It happens on both sides of the aisle. That on both sides of the aisle, you have very large nonprofits that are doing everything but. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well,
Any other questions?
the courts continue to say what you can't do. They just do. And at some point, that's going to be teed up. Citizens United was that type of case where it was a watershed moment for saying, no, you can't be subject to certain disclosure requirements if you're this type of thing. And so if Kansas kind of wants to say, well, let's try again, by all means do it, I guess.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for your clarification. Josh, I've always appreciated our conversations, and you've always been open with me. And so, but I'm just curious, what capacity are you here today to present? Are you a private citizen, or are you representing a special? Okay, I appreciate that. And with that, just some advice, semantics. You used the word "we" updated, or used the plural "we" several times, implying that you were a part of the legislative process, and as a private citizen, we're the ones that are voting on it. So I don't know.
For you.
I appreciate that.
I claim you.
Thank you very much, and keep up that. And here's the thing that I go back to, and just clarify for me, is because you've talked about this before. Often this, and I'm reading that the bill that you finalized, 273 or something along the lines, and about the subpoenas.
So the 2023 changes?
Yeah, no, at the end, your recommendations, you were like, yeah, and you want that to, from the Senate, make its way up. It's something like a hodgepodge of all the ideas that you have.
279 has that.
279, thank you. I'm reading that 279, and it comes across as like it's covering what you want, and like the amendment that's adding on to it just seems to be an additional burden to that. So you mentioned that you had a client that got subpoenaed. Can you give us a little bit more detail about maybe that client that you're representing and how this would improve the law for everybody, not just for your client?
Yeah, so just to sort out some things, 279 does not have the anti-SLAPP aspect.
Right.
279, I'm not suggesting anything that's not already in 279. It's just pending in front of committee. I was just...
But there's correction language that they want on this 279 for the subpoena that I'm looking at.
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Happy to confer, but if your question is regarding my new recommendation today regarding the Anti-SLAPP Act, what you want me to talk about, I'm trying to think on if any of the subpoenas that I've been involved in are public record. I guess in an abundance of caution, you're just going to have to take my word for it, attorney-client privilege, on some of that stuff, that these are, at least the cases I've been involved in, are groups that want to challenge a governmental policy. And in order to challenge that, they're seeking how this policy came about. And so they're not only seeking governmental records through CORA or even subpoena of governmental record, wherein the First Amendment rights would be more limited because they're official records versus private records. They're also seeking private individuals that may have, like our conversations, if I ever texted you, well, here's all my texts with Kurt Haskins to determine whether 279 should be passed or not. And so maybe there's stuff in there that would be relevant, like somehow Kurt Haskins's, Representative Haskins's idea matriculated all the way up to the final bill, and so his thought should be the legislature.
That would be, can we put that down? That would be, that's not going to happen, thank you.
Might be relevant.
Not in insurance.
But the problem is these subpoenas are not limited to that one conversation. They're not limited to that one topic even.
Right.
They're dragging. And so it really is just more of a structural, you already have the anti-SLAPP law. There's the question about whether this is a loophole that allows people to abuse the process in a way that you've already decided they shouldn't. Just because they're seeking information through court order instead of seeking damages or injunction through court order doesn't mean that they're not still availing themselves of an action in district court. So I think it already applies. I'm just asking you, please.
To tighten it up or to review it, I guess. And finally, just for the record, I would be interested in the farmer who wants to complain about their windmill over a lobbyist, just saying.
Which side?
Which side of the windmill?
Which side of the issue would you?
I will listen and support, is what you would say. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's getting late, so I'm getting a little giddy.
Senator Francisco pointed out it's wind turbine, actually, but,
was
well,
that?
the old windmills mostly are defunct now, but any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Josh. We appreciate it very much. Next up, we have Jillian from KLRD to give us an overview of oh, does he have to, how long's your presentation, Jillian? Okay. Would you rather go the director first and then have you? It's not about what I would rather. Yeah, I understand.
Big to difference.
Maybe we go ahead and have the director from the Public Disclosure Commission come on up, Wade Wiebe, and introduce yourself, Wade, and stand for some questions, and then we'll jump to Jillian and go from there. Sorry to preempt, Jillian. I know you're chomping at the bit to get to it. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Wade Wiebe, Executive Director of the KBC, Public Disclosure Commission, used to be Ethics Commission. And I apologize for not being here this morning. can't be in two places at once, so it's just kind of the way it worked out. I wanted to, I was able to watch a little bit, and then I went back and looked. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I would just like to, I've found a couple questions in there that people had, so I wanted to answer those. One was on the funds for, donating funds in the primary for primary and general. I think Senator Francisco asked about, you know, what's the period of time? Well, for 2 consecutive, or whatever the exact wording is, I forget. But if it's a senator, it's 2 Senate elections, right? If it's a representative, it's 2, okay? So that's the time period that we're talking about there, okay? And then there was excuse me, there was questions regarding the new legislation about terminating accounts and that amendment. And one was, and I believe Representative Wagner maybe asked, or somebody, what happens to if somebody passes away? Or maybe that was you, Secretary. I don't know. I don't remember. But it's addressed in the statute. If you look in 25, I think it's 4551B, it says in there how to handle that. And I believe it's the executive of this state that takes care of it. So just wanted to make that clear and answer that question. Cycles. Okay, and then on the foreign national money, somebody asked, and I don't remember who this was, if there's any additional forms that had been made regarding that. There are some additional forms under the constitutional ballot out on our website that we have made in addition, made changes to some, made a new form also, and they are out there currently, which you can go out and look at to help people understand how that process works. And I believe that's all I had. That's all I picked up from what I reviewed in the recording, so.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Director, for being here. I really appreciate you taking the time to come talk to the committee. Hopefully the first of many great exchanges with the legislature. The other question that I had on this law about having to close accounts was the law is pretty extensive on what you can do with the funds that are in your account when you're required by law, by this new statute, to close it. What happens if you have a debt on the account? What if it's a negative balance, or you know, the person's loaned their own campaign money over the years and there's still that unpaid debt on the account after that deadline? What does the statute say? Anything? Is it silent?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I can look that up and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, my colleague from, one of the colleagues from Topeka, who's no longer here, raised the question on the foreign funding statute. What about the Catholic Church? Is the Catholic Church prohibited from engaging in for or against campaigns like Value Them Both? What is your perspective on that question, or do you have a perspective on that question? Does it apply to them? Does it not apply to them?
I think I would, if I was going to answer a question about that, I'd want more information on what exactly we're speaking, or what they're speaking about.
Okay, yeah, she specifically was asking about the Value Them Both amendment, against the Value Them Both campaign, or for the Value Them Both campaign. Under the statute that we passed, would the Catholic Church be prohibited from participating in advocacy for that? And I understand I'm springing it on you. I'd love your opinion on it at a later time if you're not prepared to answer the question now. Good to take that time. Okay.
Answer that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Representative Wagner.
Two things real quick. The question I had asked earlier, maybe you were referencing, was about on the out-of-state act or out-of-country actors, as far as you know, the designation or the affirmation that they hadn't received money. Is there a name for that form? I take it you have a form worked up for that?
If we're talking about the donations, the foreign money donations,
right, to affirm that
on the constitutional amendment type deal.
Right, on issue.
There are, if you go out to our website, under campaign finance, there's a section that has all the forms. I don't know what the name of the form is off the top of my head.
Okay.
That addresses that.
Okay.
It gives directions on how to fill them out or what you need to fill out.
And just a secondary question, I actually have heard from the lobbyist for the Kansas Catholic Conference, who has a legal opinion from the National Conference of Catholic Bishops on the whole question about how it would not apply to any activity that happened in Kansas, you know, regarding the issue election. But that's a secondary commentary.
Yeah, and it would, I don't know if our researchers could get a copy of that opinion to send to the committee, I would appreciate.
I mean, it's more of a commentary on it, but it is referencing. It's not like a
maybe we could find the actual opinion or something.
Yeah, I mean, the gist of it is just that all of the groups, you know, are incorporated within the United States and our U.S. entities and such. Anyway, I'd have to read the fine print, but they did not think it would apply to them at all.
What's interesting, I think 501c3s are generally, I know they're charities, but I think they're generally also formed with the ability to educate to some degree, as I recall. And so, you know, where do you cross the line between educating on a subject and advocating for a subject? And I think that's where we're going to have to draw the line on the 501c3s and tighten up that language. I think that's going to be a tricky one. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had opened the language for the amendment regarding the requirement to end or terminate campaign accounts. So I did point out that, yes, it was your question. It was.
Speak clearly.
I'll be careful. So it talks about the next election for that office. But then my other question was, we were not clear in the Senate when we passed that amendment about how it affected those individuals who had ended or had not participated in a campaign or taken any of those actions for more than the time that was given in that law. Right. And I don't know if you can share with us, have we settled most of those campaign accounts?
I believe I talked to the revisor about this also, but we are looking at the law started July 1st, and we were looking at that July 1st forward. Because it's my understanding, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that if it's not stated in the statute when it starts on the day it goes into the books forward. So that's what we're looking at.
I appreciate that. And so since this is in October, most of those should have been settled. They have 90 days.
No. We're looking at July 1st of 25 forward, right? So
that's the first election?
So then it comes to the first election would be next year for the governor's race, right? Then the second election would be 4 years later. You understand?
So someone who had an account and had been sitting idle for years, we still have to go through the next two election cycles for them, where they have to divest.
Yeah, you have to do this subsequently.
Because of the way it was written, okay. Any other, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for stepping in. I'm just curious, how long have you been on the job here?
5 or 6 months.
5 or 6 months, so
I'm still learning, so.
we all
There's
are.
questions I don't know, I'll get back to you for sure.
I appreciate. I'm just curious, the Secretary of State's office gave a presentation, and I had asked at that time if you would be available. And the reason I would ask is because they were making recommendations that filing reports that go straight to you, and I was just wondering if you wanted to chime in on that, or if you support, or if you have enough information to help out.
Be happy to discuss that. I don't have any.
Oh, but not, okay. But not right now. All right, great.
I think being electronic
No, it's fine.
would be a good thing, but I'd happy to have discussions with the Secretary of State's office.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Your last comment. I'm in IT, and I'm going to ask that you tread lightly mandating any electronic filing. We have constituents who don't even have access to computers, the internet, and for us to force them to go electronically would be a major burden. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and nice to meet you, by the way, Mr. Secretary. I wanted to commend your staff. Every time I call in and have a question, they know exactly immediately how to answer it, and that's a big help when you're filling out these paperworks, and then the new forms, what they look like. So you should tell your staff they're doing a great job, and particularly Karina is super on top of everything, so
I will
thank
let her
you.
know.
Okay.
They are very good. They've helped me a lot.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything else? Seeing none, thank you, Wade. We appreciate you being here today, and obviously we'll probably call on you in session to come testify and give us any updates. Thank you very much. Now we can move on to Jillian and her presentation about campaign contributions and transparency in state trends.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the chair stated, I'm Jillian Kincaid, a senior research analyst with the Legislative Research Department, presenting a memorandum today addressing trends we've seen of legislation that has been introduced in this year that address some of the concerns outlined in the U.S. House of Representatives, House Judiciary Committee, Committee on House Administration, and House Committee on Oversight and Government Reforms joint interim staff report titled Fraud on Act Blue, How the Democrats' Top Fundraising Platform Opens the Door for Illegal Election Contributions. This is the piece of testimony that with the KLRD header at the top. So in this memorandum, 2 different legislative approaches were identified. A prohibition on solicitation of recurring contributions without the affirmative assent of the contributor, and a prohibition on credit card contributions over the internet without specified information. For the prohibition on solicitation of recurring contributions, to address the concern of contributors unknowingly making recurring contributions, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and the U.S. Congress have introduced legislation that would prohibit various entities, either directly or through indirect means, from soliciting a recurring contribution, so asking for you to donate every month or however so often without express and affirmative consent of the contributor. Of the 8 bills introduced, all 8 of them require that affirmative consent. 6 of them specify that failure to uncheck a pre-checked box does not qualify as affirmative consent. Additionally, 5 of these bills also clarify the solicitor shall, within a specified time frame, provide a receipt to the contributor clearly disclosing the terms of the recurring contribution, shall provide all necessary information clearly to cancel the recurring contribution, and immediately cancel the recurring contribution upon the request of the contributor. Before I get into the individual bills, Mr. Chair, would you like me to pause for questions, or shall I continue?
Any questions on that? Seems pretty clear to me. don't want to force them to uncheck a box, and it's easy to miss, so.
Sure.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so New York, the first group of 3 bills have the first 2, Assembly Bill 3336 and 4855, are mirror bills with the same provisions. They contain the provisions I just described, and they specify the solicitors as a candidate, committee, not-for-profit entity, or for-profit entity. Then their Assembly Bill 6213 contains similar provisions, but it specifies only a candidate as a solicitor. So as I go through this, you'll find one of the biggest variances is who is a solicitor, and who is going to be, who could possibly be getting in trouble for violating this. Additionally, unlike the other 2 bills, 6213 does not contain receipt provisions or cancellation information provisions, but it does direct the solicitor to immediately cancel a recurring contribution upon the request of the contributor. And then also in New York, Assembly Bill 5280 contains those same main provisions, specifies candidate, political campaign, political committee, party committee, not-for-profit entity, or for-profit entity as solicitors. And then further, the bill specifies that an entity that violates the provisions of the bill shall return the entire amount of contributions made minus that first installment, the intentional first contribution, and they pay a civil fine equal to 5 times the amount of the contribution to be refunded, or $1,000, whichever is greater. The New Jersey bills, these are the least conforming of this group of bills. Assembly Bill 5559 and 4329 are mirrors. They contain, yes, they contain the same provisions, and they specify a long list of potential solicitors. And they would prohibit these solicitors from employing the use of recurring contributions when soliciting these contributions unless the contribution is not recurring by default. It shall only be made recurring with affirmative consent, and it is a very clear description of the nature, frequency, and the amount is provided right next to the option to make this recurring. And then additionally, the bill authorizes New Jersey Election Law Enforcement Commission to promulgate rules as necessary to implement the provisions of the bill. And then this would make violation of these provisions a crime of the 4th degree in New Jersey, which is punishable by imprisonment for up to 18 months, a fine of up to $10,000, or both. And then next we have Pennsylvania, Senate Bill 273, conforms to the main provisions listed above, specifies candidate or political committee as solicitors, and clarifies a solicitor solicits or accepts a recurring contribution in violation of the bill is a separate violation, subject to a penalty of up to $5,000 for each occurrence. Additionally, the bill specifies a candidate or political committee that accepts a recurring contribution without express and affirmative consent is liable for a fine not to exceed 3 times the aggregate amount of the subsequent recurring contributions received if the following conditions are met. The candidate or political committee knew or should have known the solicitation required express and affirmative consent. They knew or should have known the contributor did not provide express and affirmative consent for making these contributions, and the recurring contributions in aggregate exceed $1,000. If you're following the memorandum very closely, which I'm sure many of you are, you might notice I switched out the language from solicitor to candidate or political committee. It's more precise. I caught myself looking at it over the break, because this second piece that a candidate or political committee could be liable for, they do not have to be the one soliciting the contribution. This can happen if they are only accepting the contribution. That's the knew or should have known piece of it. They're not necessarily asking for it, but if they accept it and they knew or should have known that, right, if there's perhaps an intermediary that's soliciting the contribution. And then finally, the Pennsylvania bill states a violation of the bill A contribution made in violation of the bill shall be returned within 14 days. Earlier of the receipt of the request from the contributor or the date of which the solicitor or candidate or political committee become aware that the solicitation was in violation of the subsection. And then the final bill in this group is the one in U.S. Congress, H.R. 4511, also known as the Uncheck the Box Act. It contains the main provisions listed above and would prohibit a person from soliciting a recurring contribution to a political committee to fund an independent expenditure or to a recurring donation to fund an election hearing communication by any method which does not require the contributor or donor to give affirmative consent. Now, I'll go back and clarify and point out that footnote when we person in this case is the campaign finance definition of person. So the footnote at the bottom, you'll find the federal definition for it, and then our Kansas definition of person is underneath if you would like to compare the two. This act also prohibits the following entities from accepting similar contributions as the ones listed above. So this one is differs from the others in that it's a prohibition to solicit, and you are prohibited from accepting them as well. So that gets us through that first group of bills. Mr. Chair, would you like me to pause for questions, or shall I carry through to the last little bit?
Go ahead and carry. Well, I have one question. How recent are most of these bills? Are they fairly fresh?
Yes, these have all been introduced this year.
Oh, okay.
And when I looked yesterday, they all were still in the first chamber.
Okay. Okay. Any other? We'll finish up with the Wisconsin, or the credit card.
Yes. So the other approach that state has taken to address some of the concerns is to prohibit credit card contributions via the internet without specified information. This is Wisconsin Assembly Bill 385. Prohibits a political committee, conduit, or political party from accepting contributions made by a credit card via the internet without the credit card verification or code, so that's CCV or CVC, and the billing address associated with the card is located in the United States. It also clarifies the provisions if the person making the donation is a United States citizen and they're abroad, they need to verify their voting address to do so. The bill also specifies the treasurer shall maintain the list of contributors. And then this bill holds any financial institution that processes these credit card contributions without the specified information, subject to forfeiture in an amount equal to the cumulative amount of such contributions. So if the error is made, it's on the financial institution to make up for the forfeiture and the difference. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thanks, Jill. Any questions? Representative Proctor.
So that second batch of laws, where is that being considered and where is it in the process?
The credit card one?
Yeah.
Yeah. That one is in Wisconsin, and it was just introduced last week, I believe. And so I'm not certain if they have had a hearing yet, but I will be happy to continue following that bill and keep you updated if that would be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, always thorough. I just am curious, who gets the money for these fines? Have they gotten that much in detail? Like just, you know, like the one in New York, Assembly Bill 5280 is what I highlighted to get up to $1,000 fine. Where does that money go?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative, for the question. These bills aren't specifying where the fines are going, and I would hesitate to hazard a guess without finding out, but I can dig deeper if you would like that information.
If we can deal with that when it gets in, if it gets into committee, that's fine.
I would imagine in New Jersey, they must have a big deficit there. That's a big fine they've got there. Any other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you've given us a very complete report, so I'm assuming that none of these bills on solicitation of recurring contributions had anything addressing when that contribution needed to end, if it was for a campaign and the campaign was over.
You can see the bill file going through. I don't recall seeing anything like that because the prohibition was specifically about the solicitation of the recurring contribution in the first place. I'll trust but verify, and I'll let you know if I find anything different, Senator.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The one concern I have heard is someone who the contribution kept recurring, and now I guess it could do it for 8 years.
Any others? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jillian.
Mr. Chair.
We are exactly on time. I am going to allow for a quick 5-minute break and then allow you to think about recommendations or discussion on recommendations, and we'll close things out with that. So come back at around, well, let's just make it 3:30 and recess till 3:30, and then we'll finish things up. Thank you, committee. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to finish up the day with discussion from the committee, and we've heard an awful lot of testimony today. It's almost daunting to go through all of this stuff, but any thoughts? I'm just kind of open for discussion from the committee on thoughts of what we think we can get done, suggestions of what we need to do in preparation for the upcoming session. Representative Chauncey.
Yeah, I guess I'll start off. I got a couple things that are been bothering me. It's not me, I got pretty thick skin, but one of the things is in the campaign for like the political action committees and everything else, when they send out mailers with blatantly fraudulent information, it costs you too much to try to fight that. But is something that I'd be interested in entertaining, assessing some sort of penalty or something along those lines, regardless of party. I think it doesn't affect me near so much, but I got 10 of them mailed out against me in my campaign. And my friends and my family who know who I am were really distraught, especially my kids that are young adults, about the false information that was being put out against me. And so I think as a elections committee, it's something we should consider in putting some validity to the mailers that will be sent out against people and some factual information based on that. The other thing I have is I'm a little bit against the same-day registration we discussed. We have approximately 320 other days of the year that we can get registered. I think we need to do our own responsibility and go out and get ourselves registered, take the time to go do it. We make it to doctor's appointments, we get our taxes filed on time. I mean, there's a lot of other requirements that we seem to meet. And I think it's just adding one more. I don't think we're disenfranchising anybody by saying that you have to be registered by October 13th in order to vote in this year's election cycle, because you have a 20-day window prior to that to election day to go ahead and vote. So I think we have adequate time to make arrangements to get us to the elections. And adding same-day registration is just one more level of complexity that we're going to have to deal with in verifying that people are residents and doing all this other stuff while we're trying to get the ballots cast the same day. So I guess that's just a couple thoughts on my side.
Very good. And just making sure, Jillian or Angela, you taking notes on these? Okay, so we can send them to the committee. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Way back in the beginning of the day, we talked about indexing campaign contributions to cost of living or inflation. I think that's an excellent idea, something that we ought to probably take a look at. Not so much for us, it's not going to make much difference for us, but 10, 15, 20 years down the road, that could be pretty significant and would keep other legislators from having to go through some of the joys in getting an election bill passed.
That campaign finance bill was not that easy. It was tough. So, no, I think this is the logical next step, or it sounds like to me. Representative Haskins.
I think it's going to be a unique time for me to say this, but I kind of agree with my colleague on this. And but I think we need to tread lightly. I think it's a rational recommendation to consider if we want to make sure that our contributions remain marketable and of current value. But it's a little bit outside of my wheelhouse, so I would like to make sure we bring people in to discuss it, but it was an interesting idea.
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so glad Representative brought up the mailers, the false information. It's not just mailers, TV ads, everything, but we need to look at that threshold for slander and libel against legislators or elected officials that are also committing it. So I would follow on with that recommendation and make it a little bit stronger. Thank you.
The recommendation, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just make a comment on indexing campaign contributions. I think it's an interesting idea, but I'd like to see it at a 4-year window or 8-year window, not every time, and then have it come to an equal $50 or $25, some kind of number, so that we're not telling you the limitation is $113.98. So And then I just want to speak to same-day registration because living in a town with a lot of college students, you know, it may be different when people find out what they can do, and then there's a test and they can't get back to Johnson County and they really are living in Douglas County. But I think the comment that we heard was how can we address this issue of the bloat in the voter rolls? And having same-day registration allows you to not have to follow all of the other requirements, federal requirements. So it wasn't just we should have same-day registration. It's how do we attack this question of names on our voter files that are for years.
I think identifying those is going to be, it looks like the tricky part, and how much are we hamstrung by federal rules, it sounds like, on some of this the voter, yes.
But I think the argument was if you have same-day registration, you don't have
You
to
circumvent
follow,
that rule, yeah.
circumvent some of those rules. And you could do things like say to our state institutions of higher education, if someone's in a residence hall and has left, has not renewed, then please send that list to the county clerk. And those then could be, they're not living in the same place. Then, if they had moved somewhere else in the county, they would still be able to vote. Right now, you would take that away from them if you took their names off the list. So I think that whole issue, and maybe it should be a broader issue, what are some of the opportunities we can see if we even had an informational hearing on, you know, from county clerks and others on the inactive voters in our lists.
And obviously, I mean, the same-day registration, the biggest concern I have with that is where somebody comes up and registers for a primary, and then they go back and they register for a general, and, you know, from one party to the other, or whatever, just to try to sway the election. I think that's one kind of concern that some people have with regard to that. Representative Chauncey.
Yeah, just touch back on that same-day registration. I mean, my personal feeling is, when does it become our responsibility as a voter to take the initiative to go register ourselves because we want to vote? We shouldn't wait till last minute to decide that we want to vote, regardless if we just moved here and we're eligible to vote. Because I think the amount of people that would be disenfranchised would be very, very, very minimal if we just, because we have, even if you're college kids, I've had kids in college, you're back in the summertime, you have that opportunity to register to vote. If you turned 18 after that, I mean, I think there's opportunities. My kid comes home, you know, on multiple opportunities that they have to register to vote. So I think that we're just adding some more complexity to an already perceived as a flawed system, which I don't think it is, but we're perceived in voter fraud and in campaign fraud, or excuse me, election fraud, and I don't know that's all there. I think it just adds another layer to that we'd have to deal with down the road. Thank you.
Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the Elections Committee, when we deal with election law, we always try to focus on things that will improve voter confidence, they'll restore voter confidence, they'll make people that have concerns, you know, less concerned and more likely to participate in the process. And then when we work on campaign finance law, we're always trying to look at narrowly tailoring to address the concern of an appearance of quid pro quo. But I think this problem, these two problems that we talked about today, really bridge that gap to where campaign finance issues are so severe that they start to erode confidence in the whole election system. The first of them is this concern about, you know, what one of the conferees called smurfing, where donations are being given in the name of somebody who didn't want to donate, but their name's being used, or anonymous donations that we don't know where they came from because they're not reportable. And so something that I would like to do on that issue is look at what we report versus what we disclose. One of the conferees in the morning talked about how when you report these small dollar donations, it chills free speech. Well, we don't have to actually put them in the public report, but I think that we should require that candidates or PACs or political parties are recording and have the data for where all of these small dollar donations that don't meet the threshold come from. So if there is a reasonable suspicion or probable cause to believe that somebody is violating campaign finance law, taking money from foreign donors or whatever, they have that record so that we can investigate. Because right now, if it's not reportable, it's not being collected, and so there's no way to go back and find out where the money came from. And then the other issue that we talked about on express advocacy and how these shadowy nonprofits are operating in every way except for name as political action committees, and they're able to toe right up to the line of saying vote for or vote against, but because they don't actually say vote for or vote against, they're allowed to just take in millions and millions of dollars from undisclosed sources. And so I definitely take seriously Mr. Nye's concerns about being overly broad, but I think that we do need to look at more specific language or better language that allows us to treat political actors as political actors, even if they've got a C3 or C4 designation when they're engaging in electoral politics.
In other words, tighten up that language so it's very, very clear. And, 501c3s, again, there might be a blurred line right now between those and whether or not they're acting as a PAC or just educational. Other comments? Any other suggestions? Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Marcy hit on a good point there of how can we look at these voter rolls at the local levels more in-depthly. Perhaps the chair of local government in the House would like to work with the chair of local government in the Senate, and maybe we could tackle that and take one off your plate, if you like. Senator Thompson, I think we need to ask our county clerks what they do now and what would they like to do. Ask our Secretary of State staff to see what their input is and maybe come up with a better idea that understanding we have federal law, but what can we do at the state that we aren't already? I'd be curious to do that, and I'm happy to help.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, that's something we can look at because the bloat is a problem. There's no doubt about it, and we've got to figure out how to identify them and how to deal with it. And I would imagine you're going to hear something from the smaller clerks versus the bigger counties that have the wherewithal to deal with it. So, somebody over here. Oh, Representative Proctor.
Yeah, two other things I'd like to say. First, that really, because once we have these committee hearings, they're on YouTube forever, and things go out and they get seized on 10 years later. And, in that committee, they said X, Y, or Z. So Mr. Glenn gave a great presentation, and he raised the concern about a precinct in Osage County where voters are not on their registration. They're not in any congressional district or certain other districts. So I talked to the Secretary of State's office, and the ballots that they're receiving are correct. So if they look on VoterView at their sample ballots and the ballots that they receive on Election Day, they do get to vote in the proper district. So they are getting to vote for a congressional candidate and all those. But for some reason in the registration, they're not registered. So if they go to VoterView, they're not, when you go to VoterView, you put in your birth date and your name. It tells you what districts you live in. It's not listing those districts because it's not in the registration database. So I wanted to make sure people knew if they looked at this 10 years from now that yes, those voters are getting to vote in the proper congressional races. They're not getting disenfranchised. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was about the discussion that we had on the DMV and the data that the DMV is getting from other states that is not being shared with Secretary of State's office. And even if it was, right now in statute, they couldn't do anything with it. I think that we should look next year at, just like we required the DMV this year to share citizenship data with Secretary of State's office so they could remove non-citizens that they find in the voter rolls from voter rolls. I think we should require the DMV to share those notices that they get from other states that somebody's moved. And we should put in statute that getting a driver's license in another state constitutes a declaration of your intent to live in another place, so that we can use that as a reason to take people off of the voter rolls.
Any other suggestion? Representative Wagner.
You know, one of the things was I had heard somewhat of the Senate Bill 286 on some of the questions about lobbying definitions, which I think certainly need some clarification. I know locally in my district, it's also a question, and this involves not so much private entities, but as far as public entities, as far as their advocacy, either on issues that directly impact them. I have talked with research some, and it seems like there's currently not really much clarity in what is allowed and what isn't allowed. And you know, when you have taxpayer money going to advocate for one side of an issue, that's hugely concerning. And there needs to be. I literally thought some of the local folks were skirting the rules, but I don't think there's much rules on that topic at all. And I think that needs clarity.
Anything else? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just kind of like want to open it up for discussion because I'm having struggles with the grassroots advocacy. And our first speaker on free speech presented on do not regulate grassroots advocacy, which I would support. But then Earl, he presented and gave an example about the Kansas values, and it on its website states that it's a grassroots advocacy group. And so it's kind of like I'm scared to recommend like we should regulate grassroots activity as all, but when we go down this 501c3 approach, you know, it is muddy, and as you and I talked about, so it's just, I guess it's just an open comment, no recommendation. It's just we need to be careful on that. And the last thing I would add is I understand my colleague in talking about same day registration, but if we take action on inactivity or inactive voters and make them a voter that thought they were active and they go to the poll and they find out, oh, they were inactive, and they would need to have some sort of way to reactivate if it's not their fault, like something got lost in the mail, because we only have 20 days to really get our votes in now. And so it's just something to think about. What if we're going to address the inactive voters, get a little bit more strict? What's the angle, the approach to help the constituent if they show up on poll day and they should actually be active? I hope that makes sense.
It does. Any other questions? Senator Tyson, did you have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've talked about active, inactive, but one of the comments that was made by Earl was, how are those flagged and what triggers it? And I think we need that research to know how those statuses are being set. So I would recommend that we look into that a little bit deeper. Also, Mr. Chairman, there was another comment he made, it was that there was no reporting on the streaming. And I didn't know if it was the streaming or if it was because it was a nonprofit. So wouldn't the reporting mechanisms that we have, like paid for by, wouldn't that be required on streaming? That's a good question. So I didn't know the distinction there, and I should have asked him, but.
They're streaming on Netflix, Hulu, whatever, if those requirements
Don't they
are the
have
same.
to follow the same guidelines? And maybe that's a question for the revisers, I don't know.
Representative Proctor.
And I think what he was saying was that these nonprofits, because they're not, they don't hit one of the 6 magic words or magic phrases, they're not considered as doing express advocacy, so they don't have to do those declarations. Whereas if I do as a candidate advertise on, YouTube, TV and Samsung Plus and all those, you do have to put the paid for because you're a candidate and you're subject to the campaign finance law. So I think the point he was trying to make was the point that I just made, which is these folks are doing everything right up to the line of saying vote for, vote against, but because they don't actually utter those words, they can put a political ad on and not put any kind of paid for attribution at all.
Parsing words and taking it right up to the line. Any other?
So I would just confirm that streaming doesn't have any other qualifications, though, based off that. And the last comment I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that, and I think this would help everyone, and I know the intent was there because we passed legislation a couple years ago on total voter counts and updates. And it was mentioned during Earl's testimony, if we could get those daily updates as to the advanced voters and then the actual voters that occurred on Election Day. I know we saw some strange things in the last few years. One county dropped 700 ballots the Friday after the election, and it was a rural county. I mean, stuff like that, and that's for everyone. So, Mr. Chairman, I think those numbers would be, we're making recommendations for the report, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So I would like that to be in the report also. Thank you.
Oh, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. To add to Senator Tyson's request, I would also say after it has been reviewed, canvassed, we would also want the numbers after the canvass. I will say, again, on registration, the voting provisional is what allows someone to vote and also updates their registration. So if you know that they don't live in a particular place, they will still have that opportunity to vote provisionally and update that. That would be part of a same-day registration opportunity. And yes, we should not take anybody off the polls without having a way to get people who are legitimate voters back on easily. And there's also these issues that you can move from an apartment 209 to apartment 205, and you're supposed to re-register to vote. And so, again, if you come from a community where there's a lot of movement, there are other issues. And most of the students who try to come in and vote last minute and are not registered are registered in another county, didn't get their paper finished or had an exam scheduled and felt they didn't have the travel time and still wanted to vote.
Mike, did you have something you wanted to say?
Just a clarification, the committee discussion will be reflected in the committee report, but unless the committee takes formal action on specific recommendations, this committee will have no specific recommendations. So you're either going to have to decide by consensus or by motion that you want to do this or that, but otherwise it will just be these things were brought up in discussion.
Very good. Representative Berquist.
Yes, to the reviser, Mr. Chair, then what's probably needed is a motion to accept this as the report from the committee to be considered rather than an action on these items. Is that correct? I mean, because we're not taking action on it.
Are you making the motion?
I'm making the motion.
Okay. That's what we're, is there a second? You go ahead and repeat the motion, if you would.
The motion would be to, the accumulated, are these things that were brought up and recorded as recommendations, these 10 or 12 recommendations would be adopted as a voted for, up or down, to be commended to committee in regular session.
Is there a second? Second by Representative Sutton. Any discussion?
I would like to move to amend that motion. I think there's not agreement on same-day registration, so maybe we could exclude that particular discussion point from our recommendations, because I think that there's significant disagreement on whether we should be doing same-day registration.
Secondary motion, seconded by Representative Wagner. Discussion? Representative Haskins.
Yeah, I'm not clear because I don't recall someone making a recommendation that we should or shouldn't have same-day registration. I just heard that these are things that need to be considered as discussion points. So I don't know if the amendment is actually necessary, because no one said, I recommend that we should have or not have, unless I missed something.
Representative Proctor.
I believe that the maker of the original motion was that all our discussion points be captured as recommendations. I could be wrong, but one of the discussion points we just had was about same-day registration. My motion to amend is to remove that from recommendations.
I see that as a friendly amendment.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, especially because I initiated much of that discussion. I believe I did it as part of how do we address the bloat in the registration lists, and identified it as one possibility that was mentioned by one of our conferees. And I'd like to have it remain either as one possibility and a motion to review ways to address that, or have it just mentioned as the committee also discussed same-day registration.
I don't see why we couldn't have the recommendations and then additional point of discussion for further review.
Okay.
I don't know if that would fall under what your intent is, Representative Proctor.
Yeah, if we put anywhere in the recommendations of this special committee same-day registration, then the headline is that we recommended same-day registration as a body, and so I would like to strike any mention of that. The amendment that I'm proposing is to strike any mention of same-day registration from the actual recommendations. If you want to put it in the discussion portion, that is something we discussed, so I think that would be an accurate reflection of the discussion, but I would, per my motion, like that to not be included in the recommendations, even as a possible way.
Senator Francisco.
I'm comfortable with that. I just would like it in the discussion.
Senator Dyson.
So for clarification, the bloat would still remain as an action item, and then the discussion would include same-day registration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further question? Representative Haskins.
I appreciate the clarification from the vice chair on this, and I don't necessarily disagree. I just don't know what our recommendations are. It's like, hey, we just spent time discussing everything, and now let's just group everything up as a recommendation. I believe that the reviser was talking about if you want recommendations, someone needs to make a motion on recommendations, and then we have to address that. Because if not, we're just taking a general discussion and saying, hey, we recommend everything that we generalized. And it's like, I'm just confused.
Jillian, do you want to review what our slate of recommendations are so far in discussions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd love to. Excellent idea. So to clarify for the committee, the interim committee report process, the review that happens afterwards is the department will write up the report. It'll go to the chair first for review, and then for the rest of the committee to review for any further edits. So if you, as a legislator, see, or a committee member, see something in the report that you feel does not accurately reflect what the recommendation was, I would encourage you to please review the report and have the discourse with us, and everything will go back through the chair for any changes. So just to clarify that. And then since it, for some of us, maybe has been a year since we've looked at a committee report, there's the gray box at the beginning, which is the official committee recommendations. And then when we get to the report portion of it, near the end, we'll report on what the discussion was. And then the recommendations can be strong recommendations that the committee recommended doing this, and they can be recommendations where the committee recommends further study on. So just another thing to keep in mind. So what I have so far in terms of capturing the discussion, the committee recommends increased scrutiny on validity in political advertising. Thank you, those who are taking notes.
That didn't capture.
Mr. Chair, would you like to take discussion on each one as we go? Or get through them and then take discussion as the end?
Senator Tyson.
That doesn't capture what the representative had said.
Okay.
Validity, I think.
He was worried about fraud, the fraud in the report, in the campaign. Yeah, Representative
I guess it's just more of the false advertising. I mean,
false advertising, yeah.
Slander and libel, as far as like Senator Senator Tyson said. I think it's because it's more not for us, I think, as legislators, more for the family and the people around you, and the detriment it does to those people knowing who you actually are and defacing your character, if that makes any sense.
Yes. I hesitate to use the word penalties because, right, but it's increased.
I don't think scrutiny is the wrong word, but increased scrutiny on false advertising.
Scrutiny on slander.
Slander, false there.
And false political advertising.
Any issues with that one?
That was one of the ones I made a motion for.
There you go. Okay, we'll move on.
Yes.
Okay.
The committee recommends increased scrutiny on slander and false political advertising.
That sounds good. Let's move on to number 2.
Okay, and then there was discussion on indexing campaign contributions to the cost of living or inflation, which there was then further discussion that we do that, but we round it out to the $25, or we review it every 4 to 8 years. So that could be, the committee recommends further review on a metric to increase campaign contributions based on the cost of living or inflation.
Exactly. I think there's general agreement on that. So we move to number 3.
Okay. The committee recommends and this one can, I'll turn to the recommender. If it's a consideration of requiring recording of smaller donations and not necessarily full disclosure or reporting of them.
So that pretty much captures it. I would say while we maintain the limits on disclosed small dollar donations, we still require the candidate, political party, or PAC to report the source of the small dollar donations so that we can in some way police this concern about bundling by electronic donation.
Retain those
Yeah,
records.
exactly. It just wouldn't be disclosed to the public, but the Public Disclosure Commission would have it in case they needed to investigate. That's a really long recommendation now.
So are we making 2 campaign reports? I mean, I actually put everything. If somebody gives me $5, I've got it on my.
I think that's,
So it doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
But
the-
I think if you are asking us to give out information to a public body, then we have to know if that, I mean, we would also have to make that not findable through the Records Act. I mean, we're doing some crazy things.
I think what I'm saying is what you just said, which is that we would have to report all those small dollar donations, but they wouldn't be publicly disclosed unless they exceeded the limit that's in statute now, which I believe is $100. They wouldn't be disclosed to the public, but the Public Disclosure Commission would have them from our reports. We would be required to report those.
So we have a special section in our report, or
Oh,
so that
when-
they go through each line item because it's done by date and redact it?
So in a previous life, I was a computer programmer, and so you would, on your form, just as you put in the $500 donation, you would put in the $5 or the $20. So it would be to you, no matter what the amount was, you would put it in the exact same way. But the report that is generated, the PDF that's generated and put online, would exclude any donations that you reported that were under the limit, under the $100 limit.
Okay, I'm going to object to this because one of the things that I really pride myself on is getting a lot of small contributions and mentioning as many of my neighbors as I can in my report. So now, so you'd have to I mean, we were told that we could include those contributions if we wanted.
Okay, well, I mean, I would not object to this recommendation giving the candidate the option of reporting or not reporting. I would be okay with that. The intent is to respect the privacy of people who wanted to make the small donor donation if they wanted to and the candidate wanted to, but to make sure that the commission has the data so that if they have to investigate improprieties, they have the data to investigate, because right now they don't.
And perhaps to clear this up, move that rather from a recommendation to one of our discussion points.
I think me and the senator have an agreement if I also include that at the option of the candidate, you could report.
I think we still need to discuss open records and get some more information.
I mean, we would do a bill and we would have a hearing and we would work that out before it came to the floor. The recommendation is that we examine changing the statute to do this, because right now, we're not doing it.
So my understanding is this committee is not going to be producing bills.
Correct.
So
We're producing
you
records.
are more than welcome to write up a bill, and I'd love to look at it.
Well, the intent of the interim committees is that we have a little more time to look at these issues, and then we make recommendations for the next legislative session of things we should look at. And that's the recommendation I'm making, is that the legislature, as a body, do this.
I would make a substitute motion that this be a point of discussion rather than a recommendation, unless we have a vote. Because I think interim committees are supposed to take more time, but this is not an issue that we took a lot of time to discuss how this might work.
Mr. Chair, I was just.
We're 2 substitute motions down. I think I don't think we can go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're on my amendment of removing the same-day registration. If she wants to do another amendment after that.
Mr. Chair.
We haven't voted on it.
May I make a motion to call the question on that amendment so we can put that to rest and then go back and complete the review of all our recommendations, which would support the initial motion? I guess I do. I make the motion to call the question.
The question, yeah, and I don't think that's debatable. So does that need a second?
I'll close on my amendment to remove same-day registration from the list of recommendations.
Okay. Does that require a second, Mike? On calling the question, I can't remember. I don't think it does.
I
don't believe so.
I think you just need to vote on the
Yeah,
thing.
okay.
I mean,
All those-
to me, this is pretty, it's not totally formal the way you're approaching this, which is fine.
Okay, so we'll call the question on whether or not the small dollar donations have to be included.
Same-day
Or
registration.
same-day
The motion, Mr. Chair, is to remove same-day registration from the list of recommendations. So a
Okay.
vote of yes would not recommend same-day
That's correct.
registration.
And also to clarify, to keep same-day registration as a discussion item, not to remove it completely. just-
Correct.
right, Okay.
Correct. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, the motion carries on that. So now we're back on this third recommendation, correct? With discussion over the small dollar contributions and disclosure. Or have we?
If that's a single motion, I would make a substitute motion, then rather than a recommendation that we include small dollar, that we review the,
Leave it as a discussion.
as a discussion, the committee recommends further discussion on the reporting limitations.
I second that.
Second by Representative Haskins. Any further discussion?
So, Senator, is your motion that we included in the recommendations that we have further discussion rather than we do? I'll support that motion. I just want in the recommendations that we need to look at disclosing these, or not disclosing, but having these. So I'll support her motion to make it discuss. The recommendation is to discuss this problem. I'm willing to, I will support that motion.
Representative Berkowitz.
Mr. Chair, if the original identification was review items rather than a, that would be added to the review items, not to the action items, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Call the question. The question's been called. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. That passes, and we move on to the next recommendation.
We have to vote on it now. He called the question.
Oh, he called.
Voted on the question.
Okay.
We now have to vote.
All right. Now, okay, that's correct. So we're back on the question of whether or not the small dollar donations shall be a discussion point for the upcoming legislation or legislative session. Is that correct, Jillian? Or have we confused this so far down the rabbit hole?
It's okay.
Okay.
We have Christmas trees. So as I understand, the current question, the question that has been called is to make this recommendation. The committee recommends further review on maintaining the limits on disclosure of small dollar donations and requiring persons to report all contributions made for the purpose of express advocacy.
That is the question I'm calling.
There we go.
And regardless of amount.
Right. Any further discussion? Well, I think questions.
I'm not sure if it was maintaining the limits. I mentioned that as part of what we would do part of a discussion. I mentioned the limits as part of a discussion, but I don't know that, I think this is just asking for the records of all the donations.
When she says limit, she means the upper limit on reportable donations. So we're not going to change that $100 to $200 or back down to $50. We're going to mandate it at $100, but we would still require the candidate to report to the commission.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Now I think we can move on to the next. Number 4, I believe we're up to.
Yes, this, as I understand, the committee recommends directing reviewing legislation, directing the Department of Vehicles to share notices they get from other states.
So there was another one before that about express advocacy for C3s and C4s. Like reviewing what constitutes express advocacy. That was,
Yep, there is. Yep,
yeah.
yep. Reviewing more specific language. So the committee recommends reviewing more specific language for the definition of express advocacy.
Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. I think that's a good one. Let's move on.
The next one was DMV sharing data with the Secretary of State's office and updating the statute so that changing your driver's license state constitutes, I'm trying to remember what the language is, but like.
Intent to live in another state.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Let me see if I can restate it.
Okay.
The committee recommends directing the Department of Vehicles to share the notices received from other states regarding driver's licenses in that other state, and to review legislation declaring a driver's license in another state as intent to live in another state.
Discussions? Senator Francisco?
I'm wanting to take some time, and this is fine to go ahead and make it a recommendation. I'm a little hesitant to support it because I don't know if a truck driver's license or commercial license you may need to be able to work in a state, but particularly because we have, you're saying we don't, anyway, I think people should have some ability to get a driver's license without necessarily saying that's their state of residence. I don't know.
Jill?
Jill Shelley with Legislative Research. Transportation is one of my topics. You're authorized under the laws, and they work very hard to ensure that you have a driver's license only in one state, specifically for commercial licenses. That is very strictly enforced.
Okay. Any further discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor of that being included in our recommendation, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, now we move on.
That was for posterity. The committee recommends increased clarity on issue advocacy, and that's pretty broad. This was a recommendation from Representative Wagner with a private and public entity, and there's not much clarity on what is and is not allowed for issue advocacy.
Okay. Any further discussion on that one? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Okay. And one no. Do you want that recorded? Okay. Never mind. There you go.
Streaming platforms. Advocacy, provisional voting. Okay, and I think I've caught us up to the present.
Okay. So that's it?
I believe so. I have six.
Six recommendations.
I have six recommendations and one discussion.
Discussion item for the same-day registration. Okay. Senator Francisco.
We might want to add a discussion item asking Legislative Research to keep us up to date on any action in the U.S. House of Representatives regarding Act Blue.
I think that's a good idea. Any discussion on that? I think that's a good idea. Always good to stay up to date. Any other comments, recommendations, discussion? Senator Tyson.
Thank you. Would you mind, Jillian, going over the list?
I do not mind at all.
Okay, so we know where we are.
The first recommendation, the committee recommends increased scrutiny on slander and false political advertising. The committee recommends further review on a metric to increase campaign contributions. The committee recommends further review on maintaining the current limits on the disclosure of contributions and requiring persons to report all contributions made for the purpose of express advocacy. The committee recommends reviewing more specific language for the definition of express advocacy. Jill, can I ask you to get this one since you captured what I said? This is the DMV one.
Jill Shelley with Research. The committee recommends reviewing legislation directing the Division of Vehicles to share notices from other states regarding issuance of driver's license to former Kansas residents in those states, and to review legislation to declare getting a driver's license in another state as intent to live in another state.
Mr. Chair, just say, be specific, they're sharing that data with the Secretary of State's office. Yeah.
Representative Chauncey.
Yeah, I just had one quick question, just going back to what Senator said earlier. When you move, is it not in statute that once you change addresses in Kansas, are you not required to update your driver's license within a certain time frame? So would that, when you get a new driver's license, you're not allowed to register? I mean, we're allowed to register to vote when we do that, correct? So would that be something we could discuss?
Jill, if you can answer.
There are differing definitions of residency for driver's license and voting purposes. There are also different definitions of residency across state lines. So I know from transportation world that you can legally register vehicles in both Kansas and Oklahoma because the definitions overlap. So it gets a little tricky when you're combining the two types of data.
Well, I guess more of my question was if I move from Topeka to Junction City, I have to re-register my driver's license for my current address, correct?
You are supposed to report it in practice. That does not happen with the regularity it ought to. And you don't have to update your vehicle registration except on your renewal date.
Representative Proctor.
Representative, my recommendation is about interstate moves, because whenever, if you go crazy and move to Texas and get a driver's license there, they tell Kansas, hey, cancel their driver's license because you're only allowed to have a driver's license in one state. But right now, the DMV isn't sharing that data with the Secretary of State's office. And in statute, even if they did share it, we couldn't use that as a declaration of intent to move. That's why the recommendation.
No, my question was more towards the same-day registration. If we move from one house to another, we wouldn't disenfranchise anybody because it'd be their own responsibility to re-register a driver's license, and therefore they would be allowed then to re-register to vote at the same time.
That's true.
And that can be part of the discussion on the same-day registration if we get there. Senator Francisco.
Others may know I didn't have a driver's license till I was 38, so there are people who vote and don't drive.
I think my mother-in-law never had a driver's license. She drove all over the place. But she's gone now, so statute of limitations is over. They can't get her. Okay. Any other questions or comments? I think do we have this outstanding motion to adopt this? Two more recommendations. Okay.
This is the sixth one. The committee recommends increased clarity on issue advocacy. And the committee recommends the Legislative Research Department keep the committee informed on motion of the HR 4511, currently in the U.S. House of Representatives.
If we're complete in our report, I'd like to make a motion. Nope, we're not complete? Okay.
Go to Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not want to recommend an increase in campaign donations. So would the committee be receptive to making that not an action, but a recommendation to review instead? Yes. Yeah. Oh, I thought it was on this was the action list. This is not the action list?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, so some of the recommendations are for further review. So this circumstance, the way this might be done in practice is, right, with this interim committee recommending further review is that in terms of like what the actual power of the recommendation is, but an appropriate committee might look at this slate of recommendations and see, oh, they recommended someone review this, and they might take it up.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I do not want to recommend increased campaign donations. I feel like we went a bridge too far on the last legislation, but Mr. Chairman, remain silent.
Discussion on that, Representative Proctor.
So Jillian, correct me if I'm wrong, but the recommendation is to review, correct? It's a recommendation to review. It's not a recommendation to raise the limits.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, the recommendation is for further review on a metric to increase campaign contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely agree with Senator Tyson.
Is there well, I guess there's a motion to move it from recommendations to discussion item, I guess.
So,
is that what you're doing?
Chairman, if we could make a motion to remove increase and just say review campaign donations, Representative Simmons, would that be acceptable?
Any further discussion on that? Yeah, I got a nod of the head. Okay, that's the motion to change the language on that to just review campaign donations. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Representative Haskins. Any further discussion? Representative Sutton?
Don't have it. No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What does that recommendation now say?
It just.
With a little bit of wordsmithing, in this case, the recommendation, since the initial discussion was relating it to inflation or the cost of living, so further review on campaign contributions being directly correlated to the cost of living, inflation, or a similar metric.
All right, with that, I can accept it.
Okay. Any further discussion? So the motion would be to accept that as a recommendation or discussion item?
That's fine, Mr. Chairman, because if it is, it could actually decrease. We could be in a deflation mode.
Okay, so as a recommendation. Okay. And second, I guess, stands with that. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Well, that goes into the recommendations. I think, is that it, Jillian? We've got the update on that House bill. Any Any further recommendations? If none, we'll let Representative Berquist give his motion.
I believe, I would like to make a motion that we approve the slate of recommendations and discussion items assessed by this committee and reported by our reviser.
Very good. We have a researcher, yeah. Do we have a second on that motion?
I will second.
Second by Representative Proctor. It's getting late. Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Thank you. I appreciate the hard work, committee. It's been a long day, a lot of information. I think this is going to go a long way to help us in the upcoming session, guide the committees, the necessary committees to look at these. I appreciate your hard work and for being here today and for the staff and all their hard work. And if there's no further business, we are adjourned.